The following is a live sports presentation on Glycon.
Glycon's coverage of Central Kentucky high school basketball starts now.
The curtain rises on postseason play in Kentucky tonight, live from Bryan Station. A set of 42nd District semifinals live on Glycon, along with former Bryan Station standout Nimbo Hammonds. I'm Chris Labar, and welcome to the North Side. Nimbo, this is the house that you built, a 91 grad, and excitement at the Paramount for these four teams that will play this evening.
Well, you know, I ain't gonna say I built it. I came behind some great guys like Jack Gibbons, Mike Allen, even alongside some guys like Jerron Brown, who all came through here. But it's gonna be a good night. You know, this atmosphere is unforgettable. You know, so you can really hard to describe it, because if you've never been in it or been involved in it, you really don't know how it feels. My senior year, I went out the first round, so I really didn't get to enjoy it much after my sophomore year. So,
Henry Clay, Frederick Douglass on the girls' side tonight. They will square off for the third time this season. Douglass owns 2 wins versus Clay by an average, get this, of 36 points. In the nightcap, it's Sayre boys and Frederick Douglass boys. Sayre, a big win last night versus Scott County to advance to tonight's ball game.
Yes, their point guard, Caden Jones, he came to play last night. I had mentioned last night while watching the game early in the year when I saw them, I just don't know if he wasn't in shape or not, but he turned the game around from start to finish. He was in the paint, he was dishing to the players, and he really led them in spirit as well.
Players to watch in the girls' game will start for Henry Clay. What more can you say about Jaden Jeffers, Nimbo? She's having a fantastic 12th grade season.
Well, she showed me a lot last night, because I don't think she was feeling well. That hasn't been confirmed. I think I heard Coach say last night that she wasn't feeling well, but if she wasn't, she put on a show. She was steady. She led them, not only just by points, but she played defense. She rebounded, and I'm talking about it. She really led her team the way a senior should. 13
points per ball game for Jaden. There you see 13 points alongside 44% field goal shooting. Jaden perhaps will be on the All-11th region team that's nominated next week, and she has done so much for them. One of only 2 seniors on the roster.
Yes. Okay. Well, good. I didn't even know that. I know they got a young team, but I'm happy. I'm looking forward to watching her play when she gets to college to see her make that adjustment. So,
Jaylee Knowles leading Douglas in points and rebounds, 14 and 8. She's having a splendid season. Points down a little bit. Nimbo, you can make the case she's a better all-around player.
Yes, I've been watching this young lady since she was in middle school, and I'm talking about she impressed me then. She just comes with an array of weapons. You know, she shoots the long ball. She gets in the paint. She can handle it. So she gets it at all levels, and that's really the sign of a great star player.
Thanks for joining us tonight. Pull up a chair. We'll be on the air for about 4 hours or so. 2 great semifinals. The winner on both the boys and girls side will advance to Friday night's district championship game. Up next, we'll chat with DJ Moberly, the 6th-year head coach of the Frederick Douglass Broncos. He'll join us next. You're watching KHSAA 42nd District Semifinal live on Glycon.
New recruit, take advantage of our apprenticeship program. Come out of our 4-year course debt-free. With health insurance, a guaranteed pension, a degree, and an electrical license.
3 words I'd use to describe the apprenticeship are opportunity, skillful, educational,
solid career path,
rewarding, beneficial, and a brotherhood.
A life-changing opportunity.
The cost of school is free. All your books are paid for.
You go to school once every 2 weeks. All the other stuff is on-the-job training. The teachers here are great. They're all very, very knowledgeable.
They're preparing you for what you're already seeing in the field.
If you're struggling with something at school, sometimes your fellow students can help you work through that.
Everyone's willing to help each other. It's like a big family.
I love being a part of a union, something bigger than myself.
This field is so vast. You can find something that you really love to do because there is so much you can do with it.
I went from a job to a life-changing career.
Power up your potential with the IBEW.
You'll still have common days, but this is not one of them. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
At Man O' War Harley-Davidson, we're proud to be Kentucky's only family-owned Harley-Davidson dealership. Here, horsepower meets hospitality, and every rider is treated like family. With a huge selection of Harley-Davidson motorcycles, expert service and parts, premium apparel, and endless customization options, we're built to support every mile of your ride. And through community events and group rides, we're more than just a dealership. Man O' War Harley-Davidson, where the ride begins.
Take the short drive to satisfaction with the Tim Short Auto Group. Up to 5,000 vehicles to choose from. Shop online or in person.
Hey, I'm Tim Short. I'd just like to invite everybody out to one of our 27 locations, or check us out online at timshortautogroup.com.
Take the short drive to satisfaction and bring home your new vehicle.
No one college can be all things to all people, but Bluegrass Community and Technical College is as close as it gets. We're affordable, like you've got a great chance to graduate with little to no debt. Affordable, flexible, with in-person, online, and hybrid programs. And you can easily transfer your credits to continue on to a 4-year university. So while we can't be everything to everyone, we can be a lot of things to you. Learn more at bluegrass.kctcs.edu.
This edition of Coach's Comments is brought to you by Bluegrass Community and Technical College. Get started by finding the program that works for you at bluegrass.kctcs.edu. Bluegrass Community and Technical College. College for your world.
DJ Moberly, head coach of Frederick Douglass, joins us ahead of the semifinal matchup tonight versus Henry Clay. DJ, thanks so much for the time. You guys 19-7 entering the postseason, but certainly have lost 4 or 5 to some really good competition. How do you feel like you are entering the postseason?
I mean, I feel good. We just had a tough month. We just passed, but like I tell my girls, the month we just had. That we just faced. I feel like the next 2 weeks is definitely prepared. And for the next 2 weeks, I feel like that we look at it possibly.
What did you learn about your team during that difficult stretch?
Just really learned some of our weaknesses and mentally wise that some of the things we need to get tougher on. But it was a lot of things that played in. Like I said, the last couple of weeks that we've been playing, man, dealing with a couple of things as far as injuries and a few other things, but. We don't cry about spilled milk over here, so we just take those, take the, the positives and negatives for those games that we have. We watch film and just learn from it.
DJ, MK Bennett has improved more from many players that I've seen over the years that Glycott has covered high school sports. As a senior now, averaging 10 points. Just walk us through her development from when you first encountered her as a 9th grader. MK's actually been ever since she's been in 8th grade. She has gotten better. I feel like she has gotten better every year. This is what we do over here as far as Douglas. We try to develop these kids and try to make them better. We just don't roll the ball and play. And like I said, MK is a prime example of just as far as how she's developed every year. And then, right now, like I said, she's still got a lot of basketball ahead of her in the future. But she's playing well this year and playing better than she has. As a junior, Jaylee Knowles, 14 points and 8 rebounds, and there aren't many things that she doesn't do very well, but what are a few of those? What would you like to see her improve?
I'll probably see, to be honest with you, sometimes Jaylee plays unselfish, and I feel like at times she kind of sits back and kind of coasts a little bit, the game is about a team, but at times, too, I feel like this she doesn't know at times when she, can take over a game. So I need to see her be a little bit more selfish when it comes to that situation. And then I would like her to see her show she can handle the ball a bit better out here as far as she don't get to do it a lot because she plays underneath the basket, but she has been trying to show her guard skills this year, man. So just been trying to encourage her when it comes to that.
So you'll take on Henry Clay tonight, 8-17, but at times they've played very well. How do you assess their improvement this year?
Yeah, we take a look at it. Yeah, definitely take a look. And we have seen what Coach Triple has did over with Tim, and he's did a great job with those girls. Just getting them to compete every night, day in and day out. I think he's did a great job with that, and just trying to turn that culture around over there. Just getting that mindset of just grinding and knowing that you got to play hard every play and every game. So I do think they have turned it around a little bit over there every play.
Certainly in the 11th region, and certainly in this tournament, 42nd District, you guys have the clear bullseye on your back. What's that feel like?
Clearly, to me, man, and to my girls, it's no bullseye. I feel like these girls, to be honest with you, they don't get the credit they deserve over here. I felt like we always in the back of a shadow when it even comes from either from football or boys basketball. So, I know people thinking it's a target on our back, but we prepare for it. That's why we play this season. That's why we play the schedule that we do. We don't play, we don't try to come out and play teams that we know that's not really going to help us, or are worried about what our record is, and things like that. As far as some of these situations get caught up into wins and losses and where you rank that. But we just go in day in out, just putting in work and just trying to compete against the best. And I feel like that's what Orange Sharpers are, and that's what shapes us up better and trying to prepare you for a postseason.
Comments from head coach DJ Moberly. We'll step aside. More coverage coming up live from the 42nd District. This is Glycod.
Can one college be all things to all people? Bluegrass Community and Technical College can. Learn more at bluegrass.kctcs.edu.
Make a bold impression when you show up in a new Kia from Cartown Kia.
Save $4,250 off a new 2024 Kia Sorento, or lease for $279 down and $279 per month. And new 2024 Kia Fortes, just $229 down and $229 per month. Or save more with rates as low as 0.9%.
And don't forget our 10-year, 100,000-mile limited warranty. Give them something to talk about in a new Kia from Cartown Kia and CartownKiaUSA.com.
Communication is really important on a team because you have to know what everybody's doing, even when it's not your job. You just really want to work as one unit, and whenever you can do that, the team is at its best. I think staying active helps me to be my best self by keeping me disciplined. Being able to look back whenever I go to bed at night, checking all the things off that I've done that day, it creates the best me. My name is Trent Noah, and I'm better without it.
With Fast Signs, create striking custom visuals that inspire pride district-wide. Fast Signs, make your statement.
Stuck on the road? Call Martin's Peterbilt Mobile Service. Our 24/7 commercial roadside service, truck and trailer repair, and warranty service will have you back on the road in no time. Call us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Martin's Peterbilt, keeping you rolling.
For any of your window, door, and siding needs, contact the team at Elite Building Products. Their factory-certified, licensed, and insured contractors have been installing energy-efficient windows and doors for over 30 years. They also offer energy tax credits and military veteran discounts. Locally owned and open weekdays at 242 Wilson Drive, just off of the 27 bypass. For a free estimate, call 859-887-2440. Elite Building Products.
You're watching Central Kentucky High School Basketball on Glycod.
This broadcast is copyrighted by the Kentucky High School Athletic Association for the private use of our audience. The use of pictures, video, and audio without the express written permission of the KHSAA is prohibited. Chris Labar, Nimbo Hammonds, and our camera operator tonight, John Strange, welcome you back to Bryan Station High School. Nimbo, let's talk a little more about this Frederick Douglass girls team. And you see the record, 19-7. and they have struggled against the best of the best over the last couple of weeks.
Well, here's what I say about that. You never duck smoke. If you wanna keep your kids ready to play, you go find their competition and let them play. Because sometimes if you go pick a team that you know you can beat, that sends some false information to your players.
They got a couple of losses to George Rogers Clark, who many believe will cut the Nets down in 3 weeks. At Rupp, they've also lost to Assumption, Sacred Heart, or rather they beat Sacred Heart but lost to Simon Kent. So they've been tested, and they've been in many of those ball games.
Well, that's, I guess, what you have to do. You never duck, like I said earlier, you never duck the smoke. You really want to test your girls, because here's what it is. When you come to district, you're 0-0. And all those other games don't even matter, but you want to make sure your kids get the experience they can.
Broncos the 1 seed. Henry Clay is the 5 seed, and they're coached by the very energetic and successful Brian Tribble. You will hear his comments up next as he caught up with our Keith Elkins earlier today. That conversation straight ahead. You're watching the 42nd District Semifinal live on Glycod.
Central Equipment, we're a family, and that's what sets us apart from other ag and outdoor power equipment companies.
It's the amazing options we give our customers
through the quality brands that we represent,
with the parts and service that we offer,
with one main focus of making sure you,
our customers, leave happy.
If you need a new tractor, mower, chainsaw, or have other power equipment needs,
come to Central Equipment and become part of our family,
so we can show you the Central Equipment difference.
You'll still have common days, but this is not one of them. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
At Man of War Harley-Davidson, we're proud to be Kentucky's only family-owned Harley-Davidson dealership. Here, horsepower meets hospitality, and every rider is treated like family. With a huge selection of Harley-Davidson motorcycles, expert service and parts, premium apparel, and endless customization options, we're built to support every mile of your ride. And through community events and group rides, we're more than just a dealership. Man of War Harley-Davidson, where the ride begins.
My favorite thing about being a student at U of L is just the sense of community that I have on campus or off campus. Sports has positively influenced my life by taking me out of just slumps that I have in dark places. Anytime I'm feeling down or maybe alone, I always have basketball to go to. I can go to the gym at any time of the day and just my mind clears up. My name is Javon Hadley, and I'm better without it.
Research has shown high school sports to be a great community influence. Join scores of local businesses that have partnered with Glycod in sponsoring live, hometown-oriented sports programming on our video and social media platforms. For more information, email info@glycod.com.
New recruit? Take advantage of our apprenticeship program. Come out of our 4-year course debt-free. With health insurance, a guaranteed pension, a degree, and an electrical license.
3 words I'd use to describe the apprenticeship are opportunity, skillful, educational,
solid career path,
rewarding, beneficial, and a brotherhood.
A life-changing opportunity.
The cost of school is free. All your books are paid for.
You go to school once every 2 weeks. All the other stuff is on-the-job training.
The teachers here are great. They're all very, very knowledgeable.
They're preparing you for what you're already seeing in the field.
If you're struggling with something in school, sometimes your fellow students can help you work through that.
Everyone's willing to help each other. It's like a big family.
I love being a part of a union, something bigger than myself.
This field is so vast. You can find something that you really love to do because there is so much you can do with it.
I went from a job to a life-changing career.
Power up your potential with the IBEW.
You're watching Central Kentucky High School Basketball on Glycod.
Coach Brian Tribble of Henry Clay is with us. A big win for your team last night, Coach, and the 68-57 win over Sayre. Your team took charge, it seemed, in the second quarter, and you had a 10-point lead at halftime and then maintained that. What was the key in that second quarter run where you took charge of the game?
Yeah, and if anybody watching it, we got off to a slow start just a little bit. I believe we were down 11-4 to start the game. Now, once we took a couple timeouts, we talked about Jeffers and getting paint touches. That was our one thing, and we didn't get that early. And so we changed her attack angle and had her attacking more from the side. And that actually allowed my shooters to get to the corners. And so with Jaden attacking and us hitting the corners, we were able to get to the free throw line, get to the rim, and hit some really powerful kickouts for the 3-ball in that second quarter.
And Jeffers had a great game, 17 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists, but you had a lot of balance last night too, and that would have to be a key, I would think.
Yeah, and one thing people don't know, Jeffers has been battling illness. Both of my seniors, Jaden and Carol Coleman, have been out ill, and so we knew we were going to have to sub Jaden a lot and try to keep her fresh and hydrated. So that meant really allowing Emmy Van Meter, Leah Baird to step up, Kelsey Lawson, because they knew, hey, Jaden is the one that she's the engine that keeps us going. But we said we've got to get everybody else being aggressive and taking shots when Jaden's out of the game. They changed it and actually got aggressive while she was in the game, and it took some of the double teams away from Jaden. But the things that she was able to do without the ball in her hands is what really helped us, because, you know, Carter Scott's a phenomenal player, and normally we want Jaden guarding Scott, but she was gassed, and so I had to take Jaden off of Scott, which allowed us to do some different things.
Tell me about the general development of your team, because I think you knew going in that you might have to take some losses this year, and that did happen, but things have come along to this point. Where do you stand now, and how has that progress occurred?
Yeah, we knew early on we were going to play a tough schedule, because that's just how Coach Tribble does. But the only thing that really bothered me, the last 7 games were a lot of close games that we were in position to win and had circled as wins. We lost Scott County by 1 point at their place. You know, we lost a few others by 2 points, 4 points, but we were in position to win. And what I told the players is we want to see our growth quarter to quarter. And we recently had a whole conversation about what the will to win is and how it's not a feeling. The will to win is not a feeling. It's doing the intangibles. It's closing out. It's boxing out on weak side rebounds. It's going up with 2 hands. It's finishing off 2 feet. It's communicating when we're in transition. And so we broke down the will to win, and we looked at it and said, okay, have we been putting forth the will to win, or has it just been a feeling? Those 7 games, we had the will to win. And I told them, even though you're going to lose, are you competing? And are you doing those things that put you in position to win the game at the end? So the schedule, we knew it was going to be a tough one, but we felt like we were in position to win the second half of the schedule. That's what we, you know, our growth, when you say the word growth is, are you getting better quarter to quarter? And have you lost what a feeling is versus can we grade ourselves off certain intangibles that we can put on paper, is what we started doing.
As always in tournament time, it seems it's a very short celebration period, so you're right back at it. Have to face Douglas, which has been very tough for you this year, losing the 2 previous games to them fairly decisively. But what do you do now to compete and give yourself a chance to win?
Well, we go into this game knowing that they have to beat us, not necessarily us having to beat them. And that mentality means, you know, yeah, there's pressure going in, but we're 0-0 right now. They know just as well that we're playing good basketball right now. DJ and I are really good friends, Coach Moberly, and we both know that when my team's playing well, we want to compete with them. Now, Frederick Douglass is that team that has multiple layers, multiple scorers. They move the ball well. Knowles does all the things. But we know from a basketball standpoint, we want to keep the ball in Knowles' hands. We want to run their shooters off the 3-point line. We want to make sure when Knowles tries to get in the paint, we want to push her all the way out of the paint when she doesn't have the ball. Because when she catches and sets up, you can forget about it. But you're going to see me use a lot of players again. And the one thing we cannot do is we can't be afraid to be aggressive tonight. We've got to be aggressive. We're a really good 3-point shooting team. I think we were third, I think, in the state somewhere with 3-point percentage, and we're going to play to that strength tonight, but it's going to be a lot of ball movement, a lot of players working to get open because Douglas's length will bother you on the perimeter as well.
Well, thanks a lot and good luck tonight.
I appreciate you guys. It's going to be a fun environment.
Thank you. And we'll be right back on Glycott.
For any of your window, door, and siding needs, contact the team at Elite Building Products. Their factory-certified, licensed, and insured contractors have been installing energy-efficient windows and doors for over 30 years. They also offer energy tax credits and military veteran discounts. Locally owned and open weekdays at 242 Wilson Drive, just off of the 27 bypass. For a free estimate, call 859-887-2440. Elite Building Products.
At Man O' War Harley-Davidson, we're proud to be Kentucky's only family-owned Harley-Davidson dealership. Here, horsepower meets hospitality, and every rider is treated like family. With a huge selection of Harley-Davidson motorcycles, expert service and parts, premium apparel, and endless customization options, we're built to support every mile of your ride. And through community events and group rides, we're more than just a dealership. Man O' War Harley-Davidson, where the ride begins.
Drive with the confidence and security of a pre-owned Kia from Cartown Kia. This incredible certification package is loaded with a 5-year, 60,000-mile bumper-to-bumper warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty, 10 years of national roadside assistance, and 2 years of free maintenance. Choose from over 70 certified pre-owned Kias or over 1,000 vehicles of all makes and models. It's new car driving at used cars prices with certified pre-owned Kias from CartownKiaUSA.com.
Your road to safe, confident driving starts at Apex Driving School. Apex is family-owned and operated, offering teen and adult driving lessons given by state-certified instructors. They also provide a wide range of services, including classroom instruction, freeway interstate driving, and road test prep. Register today. Apex Driving School, where learning to drive feels like family.
You'll still have common days, but this is not one of them. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
Tonight's game is brought to you by Kentucky Army National Guard. Uncommon is calling.
Let's take a look at tonight's game plan presented by our great friends at Elite Building Products. They are the right decision for your home. Let's take a look first, Nimbo and Henry Clay. They have to do a lot of things well tonight, don't they?
Yes. They start off to have to control the tempo. I think they did a great job last night at playing at their pace, and if they can do that tonight, I think they give themselves a good chance. They also have to win the three-point battle. They have to shoot the ball well. If you're going to beat a good Douglas team, you have to do that well. And the last one, you have to limit Knowles. If you let her get hot from any angle on the floor, then it's going to be a rough night for you.
Statistically, they shoot the ball very well.
Yes.
44% from three. How many must they make realistically to have a puncher's chance?
They just have to be consistent. I think if you go all night and every time you get a look, you just stay consistent and shoot a good percentage, you give yourself a chance because you got an extra point with that.
Frederick Douglass certainly the big favorite in this game, but yet they have to do things well also.
Yes, they do. First of all, they need to reestablish their defensive identity. When, the last 4 or 5 games, they've really been tested. So if they can get back to the defensive ways, and when they hold people under 45 points or so, they usually win. Paint touches for Knowles. I talked about that for Henry Clay to try to slow her down. If she can get in that paint, either by dribbling drive or off a set play, they usually win the games. And the last one, just play with some urgency.
And get out to a hot start. This is a Broncos team, and DJ Moberly talked about it in our conversation. They do have the target on their back. They're the favorite to advance to Rupp Arena.
Yes, and that's what happens when you build a program. Used to when you first start, you start hunting people. But now after a while, he's built a great brand, and now he's the hunted.
and Henry Clay comes in. Again, they're 8-17. Douglas is 19-7. These two teams very familiar with one another. Broncos lead the all-time series. Henry Clay, they have lost 7 in succession, but you get the sense with Coach Tribble, despite the record, he has some confidence entering this game.
Well, I love the way he approached this season. Like he said, we're going to learn from the season, and then when we get to district, it's 0-0. What more can you do for your team to get them experience and playing a tough schedule? The
winner will take on the winner of tomorrow night's other district semifinal, Scott County and Station. The two winners will converge on Friday. Both of those will advance to Rupp Arena and the Sweet 16. Tip-off coming up next, Henry Clay and Douglas, and thanks so much for joining us tonight live on Glycod.
Central Kentucky, don't be afraid of your pool water. Talk to the experts at Suntine Pools, your BioGuard dealer. For over 50 years, our reputation has made us the company of choice for all your pool needs. Visit our store for a full line of BioGuard products, equipment, and accessories. Have your swimming pool sparkling in no time. Visit Suntine Pools today.
From Glycod, it's Central Kentucky High School basketball. Presented by Bluegrass Community and Technical College. College for your world. Tonight's game is brought to you by Man O' War Harley-Davidson. 100% Kentucky owned and operated. New Vista. We see the good ahead. Tim Short Auto Plaza. Take the short drive to satisfaction. Martin's Peterbilt. Keeping you rolling. Elite Building Products, where you'll find top quality products for your home. Cartown Kia, movement that inspires. Carpenter's Local 1650, build your winning career today. And by Suntime Pools and Spas and Apex Driving School. And now, courtside for all the action from Glycod on Central Kentucky High School basketball. Presented by Bluegrass Community and Technical College.
Bryant Station High School, Lexington, Kentucky, the site of tonight's 42nd district pair of semifinals. Up first, the girls, Henry Clay and Frederick Douglass. The boys will follow between Sayre and the Douglas Broncos. Henry Clay, the visitors on the scoreboard tonight. We'll take a look at their starting lineup. Again, the Broncos, the big favorite in this game, but Henry Clay with some momentum after their win last night. Emmy Van Meter will get the start tonight, along with Aaliyah Baird, Kelsey Lawson, Jaden Jeffers, and Carolyn Young. Kelsey Lawson, a walking double-double at times for this Henry Clay group.
I was really impressed with them last night. Lawson and Van Meter, they really helped out Jeffers last night. They were consistent, they were steady, and that gave them at least 4 players on the team that really held their own.
Take a look at the Broncos starters, the usual contestants: Reagan Greganis, M.K. Bennett, whom you heard Coach Moberly sing the praises of, her 5th year in the program, up to 10 points a game. Timmy Wade, an outstanding freshman talent. Then you've got Knowles and Peyton Okerley, an improving junior. Nice crowd on hand. We expect a very strong crowd as this tournament continues. 2 more semifinals tomorrow, which will feature the home team of Bryant Station, and then the big doubleheader on Friday for the 42nd District Championship.
It's going to be a great week for basketball.
Lots of live basketball all this week on Glycod. Please please subscribe to our growing free-to-watch high school athletics platform. Tonight's officials: Hunter Buffoon, Michelle Thornton, and Raynard Williams. So Henry Clay trying to get off to a good start, and that would certainly help their chances the longer they can stay in this game.
Yes, they just need to play like they came, but come with the same game plan they did last night. Just stay poised and take what Frederick Douglass gives them. And Henry Clay will win the tip.
Strong drive right off the bat by Jeffers. That one's off the mark, and Frederick Douglass digs out the rebound. There's Reagan Greganis lofting underneath. Okerle collects and converts.
They look to get out in transition quick.
Two more is M.K. Bennett. That simply cannot happen for Henry Clay to have any semblance of a chance. Those live ball turnovers, and there you see the urgency. A quick Henry Clay 30-second timeout. We'll join them. More coverage coming up live from Glycod.
Can one college be all things to all people? Bluegrass Community and Technical College can. Learn more at bluegrass.kctcs.edu.
You're watching Central Kentucky High School Basketball on Glycod.
A 4-0 Frederick Douglass beginning. M.K. Bennett with an early layup off a turnover, and Henry Clay trying to get some semblance back in this game.
Great timeout by Coach Tribble. You know, he did the same thing last night. They got off to a slow start, and he called a couple timeouts to get them going.
Side out deflection is Peyton Okerle will knock it out of bounds. And there you see the Broncos trying to pick up, increase this tempo, increase their pace to their liking with full court press.
You know, that's what usually happens when you have a team that's really hunted. They go out and try to press the issue, and they have.
Okerle missed from the doorstep. Nice dig out by M.K. Bennett. Now Timmy Wade finds Okerle, and Peyton Okerle has 4 quick Bronco points. Jeffers initiating contact, and the game's first foul called on Frederick Douglass.
I'm glad to see that. Just go back in the half court and attack the rim. At least get some points with the clock stopped and be able to set your defense up and get going.
So Jeffers a pair from the free throw line. The Kentucky State University commit. Got a pair of KSU, at least perhaps KSU players. M.K. Bennett of Douglass offers as a KSU offer.
They'll be getting 2 fine young ladies.
As Jaden trying to get Henry Clay on the board here, some 52 seconds in. And 2 missed free throws there, and the Broncos out with it, plus a half dozen Okerle in the open floor.
Well, that's one thing about Douglass. They get out fast.
M.K. Bennett has 4 as well. And Henry Clay, an early mountain to climb. Emmy Van Meter, the 8th grader, being badgered by Reagan Greganis, some 5 years older than her, and Henry Clay going to burn another timeout.
Well, what you're seeing now is just, you know, Douglass, those last 4 or 5 games where they had those tough games, they seem to be sharp and ready to play.
This is the beginning that the Broncos certainly were seeking here, and that was one of your keys with their game plan.
Well, and they're out. You know, if you don't get a good shot or at least make the basket, they're off and running, and that's what they want to do.
6:40 remaining in this opening quarter. This Henry Clay program, they've got a lot of youth and a lot of promise for future years. 2 key middle school players in this rotation.
Well, here's the good thing about this. Regardless of the outcome, they're gaining experience under Coach Tribble. You know, they're learning the new program, they're learning the new rules, and they're learning the new expectations, and he's doing a great job so far. So they're gaining experience.
What's the adjustment they need to make here to try to get some positive nature in this game?
Well, you know, you really got to pass that ball. You got to square up and make good passes without dribbling. Try to beat the press without dribbling that ball, because that's what Frederick Douglass is doing. They're trying to put their hands on that ball and get a lot of deflections.
Emmy Van Meter will trigger it in. Timmy Wade, a former Henry Clay student-athlete, will face guard the inbound for Frederick Douglass.
You know, that's one thing I do like about Coach Tribble. He's bringing that college experience to the young ladies and using those timeouts wisely to calm them down. We'll see what he runs after the timeout.
The ball funneled up top to Aaliyah Baird, and Baird lost the handle, scarfed up in the corner by Henry Clay. Great overplay. Oakerly off to a sizzling beginning for Douglas. Peyton Oakerly with 6, and just like that, it's a 12-0 Broncos blitz as Jaylene Knowles gets in on the party.
Yeah, it just seems like right now they're getting their hands on everything that's going through the air. Just got to calm down. Henry Clay just has to calm down and then get you one bucket. Get you a stop, get you a bucket, and maybe that'll turn some things around.
And Henry Clay another steal as Knowles drives, puts it in, and a foul on the Blue Devils, Aaliyah Baird. So Jaylene Knowles, 4 quick points. And things very quickly getting out of hand here at Bryant Station High School.
You know, they've scored 14 points in 2 minutes, really quick, and I think everything at the basket.
There's Bennett carving out the rebound as MK up and off, and back to the foul line as Emmy Van Meter will be called for the foul.
Well, here's what has to happen. You know, it looks like the roles have reversed. You know, Douglas came out ready and energetic, and Henry Clay hasn't met that yet. But, you know, hopefully they'll start getting it going.
Bennett with one more free throw. The Broncos outscored in the second quarter versus George Rogers Clark 18-7. They were in the game through one in GRC with some points off turnovers key in that second quarter run. And ever since that point, the Broncos were not in that game, and now they're making Henry Clay pay for it. Oakerly, 2 more, and Knowles with the assist.
They seem to be hitting on all cylinders.
And another steal. There's Tamia Wade. Knowles for 2. And how about a 19-0 Douglas start?
Henry Clay needs to slow down. Don't try to dribble through it.
In the corner, that's Aaliyah Baird.
They got to get into something. Run your good set play.
Here's Jaden Jeffers hoisting a 3. And rebound snatched by Tamia Wade of Douglas. And the Broncos pasting Henry Clay early. Oakerly fouled on the way to the rack by Nora Jane Dick, and a wonderful, unselfish pass by Reagan Greganis.
Well, and everybody's touching that ball, and that's a sign of a good team that's having a good evening so far. You know, everybody's touching that ball. They're passing the ball ahead.
Free throw off the mark while you were away as we take a look at that field goal miss by Oakerly. So Peyton for one more. Season high 9 points. With a make here, she'll tie the season high. And that one swirls out. What can Henry Clay do to break this press as it's tapped out off the sideline? It will stay Blue Devils.
You know, that's the one thing you have to teach people. You know, all my players always say, quit dribbling that ball against the zone. That pass will beat it, but you have to move that ball quickly.
Strong drive, and Jaden Jeffers has her first 2 and the Blue Devils' first field goal. Tamia Wade cut off, back outside. Bennett hoist to 3, and that one is a little bit long. There's Jaylene Knowles with a rebound, and it trickles right to Jeffers. Nora Jane Dick idling, driving, rejected. Gets it again. Off the mark. Carolyn Young had a chance at it. And the Broncos bring it down. Tamia Wade, eyes on a 3. A long rebound, possession. Henry Clay.
Yeah, they need to take their time right now. Try not to dribble through this zone. It hasn't worked. Make ball fakes and make sure everybody's in their position. You got to talk through this time, too. Can't give up communicating.
Miami King is on the floor for the first time for Frederick Douglass, number 21. There's a corner 3 that's in. It's going to fall for Kelsey Lawson.
much-needed bucket.
Lawson shoots him at 43% out there, and Henry Clay with 5 straight. Here's Miami King exploding, and out of bounds it will stay Douglas. Possession underneath. Our first look at Iana Atkins. She'll trigger it in underneath for the Broncos. Atkins along with Ania Carr, I think very important fixtures coming off the bench for Douglas here in the postseason.
Well, you have two nice young ladies that fit in real well. Everybody knows their role on this Bronco team. And, and all of them play so aggressive. And
great find. There's Miami King for 2.
And they share that ball so well.
(21-5) Broncos lead. As Aaliyah Baird will handle it up top. Carving room underneath, and she stepped on the baseline.
You're going to have to be physical during this time because, Douglas is really being physical right now. They're taking away driving lanes. They're pushing them off the 3. So you're going to have to be really aggressive. Henry Clay, that is.
MK Bennett into forecourt for Frederick Douglass, seeking their 20th win of the year. It would be the 4th straight season where they've had 20 or more. Bennett hoisting a 3. That one a little bit off the mark. Propelled right to Greganis, and she'll shovel it in. Reagan Greganis, her first field goal. You've got 5 Broncos that have scored in this 23-5 start.
It's the little things. You got to rebound. Right now, Henry Clay need to bond together a little bit. Get through this first quarter, recoup, and then start taking it one possession at a time.
Bennett being challenged up top by Emmy Van Meter. Now MK Bennett drives, and Michelle Thornton, the near side official, says a travel. A lot of subs coming in, both sides here in this start. Henry Clay going to bring back Jaden Jeffers, and Oakerly reinserts for Douglas.
They need to take their time. Coach Mobley has now gone to a man-to-man press.
Here comes Nora Jane Dick, promising 7th grader, spinning in the lane. How about that move? And an and 1.
Good bucket.
Nora Jane Dick, a wonderful move there for the and 1.
That's what they needed, just to show a little fight, and take it, like I say, take it one possession at a time. You just gotta crawl your way back into this game.
Dick started the season so strongly offensively. Her numbers down a bit. She still averages 11 a night. And Douglas corrals the rebound. Henry Clay is 0 of 3 from the foul line to start. There's Tamia Wade attacking. Missed from the front porch. Miami King off. And the rebound snared by Kelsey Lawson of Henry Clay.
I think, what's going to happen for Henry Clay, they got to be a little bit more physical in that paint.
Jaden Jeffers wheels her way in, and she'll pick herself up off the mat and head to the foul line. Third team foul for both teams as Jaden Jeffers 0 of 2 from the foul line. Will have a couple. She's played well in this gym. Season high 21 at station back in mid-January, but Jaden 0 of 3 here from the foul line.
Yeah, this is the time you've got to make your free throws. All the little things count at this time.
And there's one. So Jeffers now with 3 points. And the Broncos lead 23-8 after starting 19-0.
I love the pace that the Broncos play with. You know, they get that ball up the floor fast.
Carolyn Young with a rejection off Okerley. And here comes Emmy Van Meter, and it's poked from behind out of bounds. It will stay, Henry Clay.
Even when Douglas makes a mistake, you know, they're running from behind, trying to back tip. They're trying to just stay energetic.
Kelsey Lawson to inbound underneath. Really enjoyed Coach Tribble's comment, I believe, to you last night in talking about the effort for Lawson and the competitiveness that she wants to win every opening tip.
Well, you know, and I think that's just because of him. You know, he brings a great energy to this team. And you know, he gives them the confidence, and he talks to them so, you know, in a way that he makes them go out and want to do this game.
And by the way, Henry Clay won the opening tip tonight, so credit another one for Lawson. There's Jaden Jeffers around a screen. Jeffers, great blow by. And a rebound, Miami King up to Jaylee Knowles running the floor. Nia Carr, 4-2. That's Iana Atkins, excuse me, for the basket. So Iana Atkins, her first field goal.
You know, the one thing they don't do, when you miss them long shots, they off and running.
Aaliyah Baird missed that one. Here comes Jaylee Knowles. Lost the handle. Emmy Van Meter, it's a 2-on-1 blue break. Running the floor is Nora Jane Dick. Missed that one and out of bounds.
Henry Clay seems to just be a little bit out of sync. You know, those plays they were making last night, they just seem to be a little bit off.
Jaylee Knowles will inbound. 25-8, Broncos lead.
Push it, this is a good transition time. Got to try to get some easy buckets through this time.
Strong drive, Baird, and Henry Clay going to head to the free throw line, a fifth-team Frederick Douglass foul. Aaliyah Baird, 64% free throw shooter on the year. Baird, 5'9", junior, leads this group in made threes at 34. She's got a nice looking stroke.
You know, the one thing that I know at the break, Coach Tribble's just going to tell them take them one play at a time.
Iana Atkins has that bounce around and off, and Henry Clay with a rebound. There's Emmy Van Meter. Strong drive, Van Meter. And punched out of bounds. It's going to go to Frederick Douglass. Nice crowd on hand. A lot of fans filing in. And one would suspect an even larger crowd for the boys' game, around 740 or so between Sayre and Frederick Douglass. Wade hoist to three, and there it is, Tamia Wade.
They're so patient. They're clicking. You know, what more can you say?
And that's going to take us to the end of the first. Douglass started on a 19-0 beginning, and they lead after one, 28-10. More coverage coming up live from Glycod.
To safe, confident driving starts at Apex Driving School. Apex is family-owned and operated, offering teen and adult driving lessons given by state-certified instructors. They also provide a wide range of services, including classroom instruction, freeway interstate driving, and road test prep. Register today. Apex Driving School, where learning to drive feels like family.
At Man O' War Harley-Davidson, we're proud to be Kentucky's only family-owned Harley-Davidson dealership. Here, horsepower meets hospitality, and every rider is treated like family. With a huge selection of Harley-Davidson motorcycles, expert service and parts, premium apparel, and endless customization options, we're built to support every mile of your ride. And through community events and group rides, we're more than just a dealership. Man O' War Harley-Davidson, where the ride begins.
You're watching Central Kentucky High School Basketball on Glycod.
28-10 after one. Frederick Douglass in control over Henry Clay, and they've done it early and often.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. You know, if I'm Coach Tribble, what I would want to do is say, hey, forget the scoreboard right now. Let's get back to what we do and take one possession at a time, offensively and defensively, and just claw your way back into it.
Frederick Douglass 19-7, of course, 2 earlier wins over this Henry Clay team. Broncos a big favorite to advance as the district champion to next week's 11th region tournament. Will be held all rounds at EKU. Glycod will have it for you starting Monday at 6:45 Eastern. So Henry Clay in possession. It's Nora Jane Dick. Nice find underneath. And an open three in the corner is in for the second time. It's Kelsey Lawson.
You know, they went inside out, and that's what they're going to have to do. You got to attack the paint, either by the pass or the drive.
And nice adjustment out of the break for Henry Clay to get some points out of the dead ball. Tamia Wade tries to answer that one long, and the rebound chiseled out to Kelsey Lawson of Henry Clay.
You know, Coach Tribble.
Jeffers off the mark, but she'll head to the free throw line.
You know, it was a good adjustment by Coach Tribble. Looked like a set play a little bit. Get the ball at Jeffers' hands for the drive and dish, and then on the defensive end, like he's going to a zone. So maybe try to slow the girls down a little bit of Frederick Douglass.
Jaden Jeffers, 1 of 4 from the free throw line, will have a pair. And that certainly not boding well for this Henry Clay team.
I think right now they've missed, 5 free throws. Everything counts right now.
MK Bennett will check out for Frederick Douglass. Brinley Dumford will tuck her short tail in. You'll see her there at the first free throw position, wearing number 12 in white. And the Broncos now by a couple of touchdowns after the Jeffers conversion. Here's Knowles in the corner. Greganis hoist to 3. Looked good from the release, but it's off. And possession, Henry Clay.
And I'm talking about Douglas' spacing on the plays are really well. You know, they've given all that area for Knowles to operate and make decisions.
Henry Clay slowly but surely trying to work their way back in. Trying to attack off the press. And another Frederick Douglass foul. Be possession underneath for Henry Clay.
Henry Clay seems to have calmed down just a little bit.
2 big Kelsey Lawson threes. And another foul. The inbound to Aaliyah Bear, and the Blue Devils will toe the line for 2.
Well, you know, whatever Coach Tribble said to them, they seem to come back with a little bit more energy. They're getting all the 50-50 balls and, you know, making all the little plays right now.
Aaliyah Bear, number 4, 3 of 3 from the foul line. And the Blue Devils outscored Frederick Douglass 5-0 to start this second quarter. And an unforced turnover there between Knowles and Iana Atkins, and DJ Moberly not going to like that.
The difference of a quarter.
As Jaden Jeffers into forecourt. Here's Barrett, a strong drive and send back by Knowles.
Well, here's the hard part about this. You know, what Coach Mobley probably talked to his kids at the quarter. You know, you got to keep your intensity. Even though you're up big, you got to keep your intensity.
Here's the inbound. Nice hang on by Beard, but she coughed it up late out of bounds to Douglass. As Frederick Douglass's Iana Atkins will try to ignite this, and now you got Tamia Wade on the ball. Brinley Dumford navigates her way underneath.
So it looked like Coach Tribble's gone back to man-to-man.
Nora Jane Dick applying some ball pressure as Dumford wheels around and funneled it away. Aaliyah Baird, the beneficiary, and then she gave it right back. A sloppy start here in this quarter, and DJ recognizes that he'll take a timeout. We'll step aside as well. A full timeout, 28-15. Douglas on top of Henry Clay, and we're back in just a moment from Glycod.
You'll still have common days. But this is not one of them. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
You're watching Central Kentucky High School Basketball on Glycod.
28-15 Broncos by 13. A couple minutes deep in this second quarter. Murray Garvin will stop by at half. We'll chat with him as the Broncos get ready to take on Sayre about 7:40. And Sayre 12-19, but took Douglas to overtime a couple of weeks ago.
That's the one thing about Coach Goodman as well. You know, been around for a long time, so he's very familiar with these times. I think even my last year at Bryan Station, he beat me the first round of the district. So again, these guys seem to know what they're doing. That's why they paid them the big bucks.
So many great coaches inside this district. We'll talk more about that matchup a little bit later on. Right now, Douglas by 13. What's the adjustment they need to make, because Douglas has been very sloppy in this second quarter?
Well, just got to find your energy again. Get back to really getting after it defensively, because they got out in transition because of the defense. It looked like Henry Clay's come back and really starting to fight back. So now Douglas just has to bring that energy again.
Good ball pressure applied by Emmy Van Meter, and the ball's going to be scooped up by Douglas. Now Tamia Wade out of bounds.
Henry Clay seems to have a little bit more energy on the defensive end.
Douglas again got out to that 19-0 lead. And if Henry Clay had made some free throws, this would be a single-digit game.
Yes. And you know, it's still early.
Coach Tribble calling a couple of early timeouts, trying to get some semblance of order back. And an unforced turnover there as Nora Jane Dick stepping on that far sideline.
You know, the one thing that Coach Tribble did that I did like, he called 2 quick timeouts, but he let them play through it. You know, and that's about trusting your team. Thank you.
Broncos funnel it around Brinley Dumford, back for a deep three, nearly banked it in. And one and done off the glass. Held ball. Arrow in favor of Henry Clay.
You know, Henry Clay needs to go down and run something to get them a good shot, get them a good attempt at the basket.
Kelsey Lawson has made a couple of threes for them. And Aaliyah Baird stepped on the sideline.
You know, she needs to come off that sideline. I think she's done that 3 or 4 times. And Douglas is not giving it to her. So you may have to start getting back into the paint area. Get back into the middle of the floor so you can see things.
Are they running the break too tight there over there? Should they come in more to the central part of the floor?
Well, yeah, I think you got to have somebody in the middle of every zone. You got to have somebody that can go in there and really navigate that middle.
Going to have a conversation at the scores table. Not exactly certain. Michelle Thornton, the official, here at the top of your screen. So Douglas possession. Broncos, by the way, yet to score in this second quarter. They've been outscored by 5.
Well, they've gotten kind of sloppy. Like we talked about from the beginning, they just need to just hunker down.
Dumford steers in a 3. Brinley Dumford, 39% three-point shooter. And a Broncos foul.
We just talked about them getting that ball in the middle of the floor, and they tried it that time.
Foul is on Iana Atkins, the fourth team foul for Douglas. So with 4:50 left in the half, Henry Clay with that advantage as they try to work their way back.
She's got to get off that sideline.
Yeah, Baird now realizing the space issue. Good overplay and a steal. Iana Atkins carving in for two more. Atkins has 4, and Douglas with 5 straight.
They're back to getting their hands on that ball.
And a Broncos foul.
You know, Douglas is being aggressive. You know, I think that's what you have to do, especially when you hit some spots where you start getting sloppy. You just got to play hard and play through it.
For Kelsey Lawson for 2. 67% free throw shooter. This Henry Clay group, only 2 seniors.
Free throws. We talked about that earlier. You know, Henry Clay could hit their free throws.
As a group, shoot them at 65%. They have not been that successful tonight, however. So Lawson leading point getter for Henry Clay with 7. There's Okerley trying to nudge it down underneath. And a Henry Clay foul. The other girls' semifinal, we'll have it for you tomorrow at 6 p.m. at Scott County and Bryan Station in the 2-3 matchup. Here's the inbound, and Okerley had it funneled out of bounds.
Like I said, we said it earlier. When you get those big leads, those are the hardest to coach. Those are the hardest to play. You just got to find a way to keep a rhythm.
And Henry Clay having all sorts of issues getting the ball across half court. Aaliyah Baird called for another foul. It's the third on Baird. So 2 free throws looming for Peyton Okerley, who is on the cusp of a season high. Season high of 9. She still has 8 after a missed free throw. And that one long as well. How about Miami King going to work on the backboard? And King fouled in the act of shooting.
That's one area you have to win. You got to get the rebound off the free throws. You know, that drives a coach crazy.
What is the key to getting that rebound from the shooting team?
Well, you got to put a body on people. You got to move people away.
Another missed free throw. It's contagious.
I know every time we talk about them, they miss them. So, and I wasn't that great of a free throw shooter myself, so I'll try to be easy on the ladies tonight.
What was your career percentage?
I probably want to say about 72, 73.
Pretty strong.
Should have been a lot better than that.
34-16. And Douglas, another live ball turnover. It's been the difference in the game thus far. Here's a corner 3, Adriana Brown. It bounces high off the top of the rim and out of bounds back to Henry Clay.
You know, Douglas is getting to all the extra shots. They get into the 50-50 balls. They just seem to be on point right now as far as all the little things.
There's Jaden Jeffers into front court. And Jeffers tried to find a companion, Emmy Van Meter, and it's going to fortuitously stay with Henry Clay.
Got to get some movement. Pass that ball and cut. Pass and cut. Move.
Jaden Jeffers on the handle. She's struggled at times tonight. Only 1 field goal. Great defense against her by Douglas.
You know, that's the one thing that, you know, usually happens. You know, I've been on it on both ends as a player and as a coach. You know, you get in these tough moments and you feel like you want to take it on yourself sometimes, but you got to trust your teammates.
And a turnover floated back in play, and a layup, the end result for Emmy Van Meter. Emmy's first field goal. It's 34-18.
And they need her to start getting some shots, so they got to move that ball and start getting it in the paint some.
There's Tamia Wade getting the shot to rattle in, and I think Wade might be the unkept secret here for Douglas, perhaps the key to a deep postseason run.
Oh, yes, she's fearless, and she can get hot at any time, and she can fill it up.
Rebound snatched by Okerle. There's Brown, the Scott County transfer. And great effort by number 4, Aaliyah Baird of Henry Clay to force a tie-up. It's going to stay Douglas. As Coach Tribble pondering answers as he tries to bring his Henry Clay unit back in this game.
Just got to stay poised. You know, they'll follow him, and he just got to keep coaching. You know, those are the hardest times doing here, just keeping your kids going.
There's 68 points last night, the third most they've scored in a game this year, so they've shown tendencies to score a lot of points.
Yes.
That one is off. Wade follows, comes up empty, and Henry Clay out with it. There's Jaden Jeffers exploding to the basket. And Okerle off the miss, and the Henry Clay foul.
It just seems like to be one of those nights so far.
And Jeffers, an unevaded path to the basket, but could not convert.
You got to have a short memory during these times. You know, if you mess up, you got to get right back at it. Try to get it back in other ways on the defensive end or off the rebound. Try to find other ways to impact the game.
Tia Tishner on the floor, so a lot of youth for this Douglas bunch. There's a Dumford three, and that's in. Brinley Dumford, her second made three. And Douglas, a game-high 21-point margin after another Henry Clay turnover.
You know, Coach, one thing I can say what Coach Mobley's doing now is really utilizing that bench, trying to keep his team fresh.
With 1:28 remaining in this first half. Brown, great cut, Dumford. And she's got points 7 and 8.
You know, if I'm Coach Mobley, this is good to see out of some of my second unit role players.
Henry Clay trying to convert. There's a three off the mark from Emmy Van Meter. And the officials allow the play to continue for a moment. Held ball in favor of Henry Clay as we take a look at a beautiful half-court set for Frederick Douglass, resulting in the last field goal.
Yes, they ran that cut off the high post, and they ran it twice and got 2 buckets off of it.
Aaliyah Baird connecting on a corner three. 45% three-point shooter, and Aaliyah, her first made triple.
Well, they got to start getting some action so they can get some penetration on the drive and kick. That'll open up for the shooters, but they just got to force the issue.
There's Miami King. Nice up and under move, and a foul on number 10, Carolyn Young of Henry Clay.
You know what was impressive about that move? I watched them make that same move in warm-ups today. Their whole group just went down there and made that same move. So to come out here and use it, you know, you can tell Coach Mobley has a great program.
A couple of free throws looming for 5'10" senior Miami King. 5-point per night score. Been scoring by committee tonight for Frederick Douglass. Here's a free throw conversion.
And that's when you know when you're playing well, when everybody's touching the ball.
That's Nora Jane Dick lost the handle there, and in the balance of this half, another turnover. As Jeffers trying to do something in it, she'll cart it in the corner, and it's stolen away, and Adriana Brown has 2 more Douglas points. Brown in on the party, and that's going to take us to halftime. Frederick Douglass in control, on the way perhaps to a date in Friday night's district championship. The score at the half, 44-21. More coverage coming up live from Bryan Station High School. You're watching Central Kentucky High School basketball from Glycon.
My favorite thing about being a student at U of L is just the sense of community that I have on campus or off campus. Sports has positively influenced my life by taking me out of just slumps that I have in dark places. Anytime I'm feeling down or maybe alone, I always have basketball to go to. I can go to the gym at any time of the day and just my mind clears up. My name is Javon Headley, and I'm better without it.
New recruit? Take advantage of our apprenticeship program. Come out of our 4-year course debt-free. With health insurance, a guaranteed pension, a degree, and an electrical license.
3 words I'd use to describe the apprenticeship are opportunity, skillful, educational,
solid career path,
rewarding, beneficial, and a brotherhood.
A life-changing opportunity.
The cost of school is free. All your books are paid for.
You go to school once every 2 weeks. All the other stuff is on-the-job training.
The teachers here are great. They're all very, very knowledgeable.
They're preparing you for what you're already seeing in the field.
If you're struggling with something at school, sometimes your fellow students can help you work through that.
Everyone's willing to help each other. It's like a big family.
I love being a part of a union, something bigger than myself.
This field is so vast. You can find something that you really love to do because there is so much you can do.
I went from a job to a life-changing career.
Power up your potential with the IBEW.
Take the short drive to satisfaction with the Tim Short Auto Group. Up to 5,000 vehicles to choose from. Shop online or in person.
Hey, I'm Tim Short. I'd just like to invite everybody out to one of our 27 locations, or check us out online at timshortautogroup.com.
Take the short drive to satisfaction and bring home your new vehicle.
Home of excellent service, support, and satisfaction, Lexington Outdoor Power Equipment is your one-stop mower shop. Family owned since 1985, Lexington Outdoor offers top brands like Husqvarna, Toro, Grasshopper, and Echo. Plus, free pickup and delivery. Located just 2 miles west of Douglas High School, they're open weekdays and most Saturday mornings. For more info, stop in or visit their website at lexoutdoorpower.com. Lexington Outdoor Power Equipment, the right equipment for the right job.
At Man O' War Harley-Davidson, we're proud to be Kentucky's only family-owned Harley-Davidson dealership. Here, horsepower meets hospitality, and every rider is treated like family. With a huge selection of Harley-Davidson motorcycles, expert service and parts, premium apparel, and endless customization options, we're built to support every mile of your ride. And through community events and group rides, we're more than just a dealership. Man O' War Harley-Davidson, where the ride begins.
Tonight's halftime report is brought to you by Man O' War Harley-Davidson, your 100% Kentucky-owned and operated Harley-Davidson motorcycle dealership at 2073 Bryant Road in Lexington. Visit manowarhd.com.
44-21 at the half. There's Murray Garvin. He's with our Nimbo Hammonds.
Coach, first of all, congratulations on a great, successful season. But I have a question for you. I know the last game that you played against Sayre, you went into overtime. What did you learn from that overtime game?
That you can never take any game for granted in this district. Coach Goodman does as good a job as any coach around in preparing his guys for the David and Goliath battle, and I don't look at tonight any different. You know, we got to slay the giant. And sometimes, Nim, that's ourselves.
Let me ask you this. Now, as you go into this, how can you get Sayre into the game early? I know I've watched a few games of you all. Your team has been great, but I know he's kind of been spaced out. How do you get him off early tonight?
Well, you got to be deliberate in getting Marcus the ball in the half court. You know, Tate Robinson, we run more actions for Tate Robinson than we actually do for Sayre, because Sayre can create his own. Tate is more of a catch and shoot guy. So I'm a little bit more deliberate about getting Tate going early. And then DeMarcus is going to get his. He's that type of player that you don't have to draw too many things up. You just got to tell him to be aggressive.
So what is your game plan for tonight going into this with everybody?
Just to go 1-0. We got to go 1-0. Tonight is do or die. There's no tomorrow. I'm not ready for the banquet. I'm not ready to send the uniforms to the cleaners. I'm trying to go 1-0 and move on. As we say in tournament time, survive in advance.
Yes. Now, how do you keep your guys motivated during this time, especially when you've had so much success throughout the year and have played a great schedule? How do you keep them motivated?
This piece of wood right here is our fuel to the fire. We got to stay focused. We got to play in our role. We got to be prepared. We got to respond. We got to get out our comfort zone. We got to play for our family. Our goal is Rupp Arena, and then we want to be remembered as champions. I'm pulling out all stops tonight, Neil.
Hey, Coach Neil, you show your college experience. Well, good luck, and thank you for coming up and seeing us.
Appreciate you, brother.
Thanks, Murray Garvin. He's not ready to go to the cleaners. 44-20-1 in the girls game. Broncos lead Henry Clay at the half. Stay close. A look at your first half numbers on the other side of this timeout. Live from Bryan Station High School, you're watching Glycon.
Man of War Harley-Davidson, we're proud to be Kentucky's only family-owned Harley-Davidson dealership. Here, horsepower meets hospitality, and every rider is treated like family. With a huge selection of Harley-Davidson motorcycles, expert service and parts, premium apparel, and endless customization options, we're built to support every mile of your ride. And through community events and group rides, we're more than just a dealership. Man of War Harley-Davidson, where the ride begins.
Drive with the confidence and security of a pre-owned Kia from Cartown Kia. This incredible certification package is loaded with a 5-year, 60,000-mile bumper-to-bumper warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty, 10 years of national roadside assistance, and 2 years of free maintenance. Choose from over 70 certified pre-owned Kias or over 1,000 vehicles of all makes and models. It's new car driving at used cars prices with certified pre-owned Kias from CartownKiaUSA.com.
No one college can be all things to all people. But Bluegrass Community and Technical College is as close as it gets. We're affordable, like you've got a great chance to graduate with little to no debt affordable. Flexible, with in-person, online, and hybrid programs. And you can easily transfer your credits to continue on to a 4-year university. So while we can't be everything to everyone, we can be a lot of things to you. Learn more at bluegrass.kctcs.edu.
For any of your window, door, and siding needs, contact the team at Elite Building Products. Their factory-certified, licensed, and insured contractors have been installing energy-efficient windows and doors for over 30 years. They also offer energy tax credits and military veteran discounts. Locally owned and open weekdays at 242 Wilson Drive, just off of the 27 bypass. For a free estimate, call 859-887-2440. Elite Building Products.
Take the short drive to satisfaction with the Tim Short Auto Group. Up to 5,000 vehicles to choose from. Shop online or in person.
Hey, I'm Tim Short. I'd just like to invite everybody out to one of our 27 locations, or check us out online at timshortautogroup.com.
Take the short drive to satisfaction and bring home your new vehicle.
You'll still have common days. But this is not one of them. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
This segment of tonight's game is brought to you by the Kentucky Army National Guard. Serve your country while going to school or work full-time. Find your fit at nationalguard.com.
Back at Bryant Station High School, time now for your first half stats presented by BCTC College for your world. Neither team doing much from the free throw line. And then three-point shooting, Henry Clay 3 of 8. But then you look at Douglas +6 on the backboard.
Well, here's the thing. Douglas has really imposed their will, so they can make up for a few things because they're getting a lot of deflections, getting their hands on the ball. And they're getting point-blank shots. So, but for Henry Clay, they just need to make sure they stay poised and really forget about the clock and just find their rhythm.
Kelsey Lawson with 9, leading scorer in the game, and Peyton Okerley with 8 for Frederick Douglass. Winner gets the winner of tomorrow night's second semifinal between Scott County and Bryan Station. So certainly Nimbo for Douglas here to start this third quarter. They want to put the pedal to the metal, don't they, and open this thing up.
Well, you got to keep pressing. Keep it in transition. You got to keep it in transition. You got to keep doing what you do to just try to get the game over with. Force the issue.
46-21 after the Bronco basket. There's Jaden Jeffers in the corner. And MK Bennett with a steal, and Greganis running the floor. Number 0, Reagan Greganis puts it in.
Yeah. And that's the one thing that if I was Coach Mobley, I would have just said, hey, come on, we got to be aggressive. Win the first 3 minutes of the third quarter, and we can put it away.
19-0 to start the game for Douglas, and they've really enjoyed a large, comfortable margin ever since. And possession underneath to the Broncos. Tamia Wade to rifle it in underneath. And a good overplay and steal by Emmy Van Meter to read the script underneath. Kelsey Lawson in the corner. And out of bounds is Henry Clay. Turnovers really starting to pile up for them.
Well, again, you know, you got to really get in that triple threat and be aggressive, because if you're not, you know, Douglas is coming and they're bumping you, they're grabbing, they're doing everything to get that ball.
19 first half turnovers for Henry Clay.
And you can't win games with 19 turnovers and a half.
And Frederick Douglass in control, as many suspected they would be. And 3 more for the Broncos. Tamia now with 8 and a 51-21 lead in this game on the cusp of a running clock. Any margin exceeding 35 points will be a running clock, and Henry Clay in bad shape here with 6:27 to play in this third.
What I've been most impressed with Douglas, especially coming out in this third quarter, the movement of the ball. People not being selfish, they're moving and getting wide open shots still. And they're playing through Knowles.
MK Bennett and Knowles, a wonderfully executed pass. (9-0) to start this third quarter for Frederick Douglass, and Nora Jane Dick's shot rattles out. And Greganis with a rebound. Tamia Wade, elbow jumper, there it is.
It's just starting to look like the first quarter when they came out, so it must have been a great motivational speech in there by Coach Mobley.
I was wondering what he said.
I can only imagine. We both played for the same high school guys, so I can only imagine what was said.
Timeout, Henry Clay. More coverage coming up. You're watching 42nd District semifinal action on Glycon.
Can one college be all things to all people? Bluegrass Community and Technical College can. Learn more at bluegrass.kctcs.edu.
You're watching Central Kentucky High School Basketball. on Glycod.
Visit Glycod.com for information about our live postseason basketball coverage and check out our Tournament Central page for updates on all the action, as Glycod is changing the way you watch high school athletics. Bookend quarters for Douglas. First and the third have just blown this game open, and again on the verge of a running clock here.
You know, if I'm Coach Mobley, even in that timeout, just got to stay consistent. Keep applying pressure.
.5:30 in this third as we've reached the 7 o'clock hour on the East Coast. Nora Jane Dick tries a three. That's well long. Rebound scarfed out by Greganis. And there's Jaylene Knowles. Oh my, missed it. Put back by Okerley, and she'll draw a foul.
Off that rebound, they had 3 young ladies already half court for the fast break.
So Okerley again, 9-point a season high. She's been stuck on 8 with 4 missed free throws in this game. I'll make it 0 out of 5. Oakley, 39% free throw shooter coming in. That's going to take a dip come tomorrow morning's update.
Yeah, 0 for 6.
0 of 5.
1 for 6, 1 for 7.
Oh, is she? Okay, well, that was off too. Is Greganis with a rebound. Tamia Wade idling in, and Wade to the free throw line. Another Henry Clay foul will be their second of this third quarter.
If I'm Coach Tribble right now, you know, my message to the girls would be physical, play hard, play every possession.
So one more free throw for Wade, and certainly for next year, I think some positives looming for this Henry Clay program. They're very well coached, they play hard, and they're awfully young.
Yes. You know, Coach Mobley has done a good job, you know, playing as young ladies and giving them the experience that is needed.
And a foul in back court. Mutual respect between both these head coaches, and that's always great to see.
Well, you know, at the end of the day, we want to help these young ladies. We want to help kids just be great and work hard and teach them as much as we possibly can. So it's nothing ever personal when we out here.
There's a 3 off the mark from Baird and floated back in play. It's Greganis out with it for Douglas as Greganis weaves in. There's her companion, Okerley, and a season high now for Peyton Okerley.
She finally got it.
Okerley now with 10, and we got a running clock. There's Jaden Jeffers, elbow fling. And off the baseline, out of bounds to Henry Clay. So the clock will continue to wind down on all instances, minus injuries and free throws. And coming up at the conclusion, Sayre boys and Frederick Douglass boys. I think that game is shaping up as one that may bear some interest elsewhere. This is a Sayre team, despite a losing record, at their best, can play with people.
Well, here's the good thing about Coach Goodman as well. You know, when you have seasons and you think you're going to come out and you're going to be a certain way and you have to readjust, the one thing you use is your season as your experience. And so when you get to the district, you're prepared.
There's 2 more with a foul as Knowles rams it in. So the Sayre boys, we'll talk more about them, of course, coming up. But they're 1-9 versus the district field. The win last night versus Scott County, 58-48. Scott County was, however, without a couple of key players. But certainly some positives from Sayre in that big win. And you really like Caden Jones.
Well, I'm big on point guards. I was fortunate enough throughout my career to have great point guards around me. So I think point guards, lead the way defensively and offensively.
And speaking of point guards, how about MK Bennett? As Bennett rattles 2 more in.
if your point guards come out and they're aggressive and they're talking and they're communicating and they're in everybody's face making them go, that's what you need.
And a Henry Clay three-point field goal by Baird. That ended, by the way, a 19-0 run. So you had Douglas with 19-0 to start the first quarter and 19-zip to start the third.
Wow, you can't get no better than that, you know. And I know when Coach Mobley goes back and watch the film, he's going to be very happy with his ladies.
You had the middle sequence that did leave a little bit to be desired for Douglas, but some positives throughout.
Yes, you know, and sometimes that's going to happen, especially when you got control of the game. You got to find a way to keep your intensity because sometimes teams can change the momentum and they can come back and make it a game.
A lot of subs on the floor, a lot of new faces. There's Ziana Atkins, will handle it. Nia Carr short on that three, and Carr, Johnny to the spot, funnels it to King, and Miami King puts it in.
Now I know Coach Mobley's probably going to use that bench a little bit to get them some experience going down the stretch.
There's Carolyn Young with a rebound. Jaden Jeffers tries the three. There you go. Jaden Jeffers with 7, her first 3 in what will be her final high school game.
That was the first clean look she's got all night.
MK Bennett short on the doorstep. And Jeffers out with it as Jaden racing into front court. Gets the rebound and puts it in. Here's a 5-0 Jeffers special.
Just got to continue to play.
I guess that was a pass as Knowles, how about arcing it up and in? I have a Frederick Douglass timeout. Let's take one more look at that sequence. I'm assuming that was a pass for Frederick Douglass to get on the board. Is that a pass, Nimbo?
Hey, I'm going to give it to her as a pass. It worked.
And Knowles carves it in for 2.
Because I know if I was on the end of that, I would have said it was a pass myself.
So 67-29, latter stages of this third quarter. If you're looking ahead to Friday for Douglas, they've got 2 wins, both over Station and Scott County. Average versus the Defenders, 28 points. Average versus Scott County is 24, so they're going to be the big favorite, certainly in both of those affairs, whomever they face.
Well, that's when you got to come, just be focused, and you got to be ready when you come through the door.
And it's going to belong, I believe, to Henry Clay. It will be length of the floor.
Right now, while if I'm Coach Tribble, I'm just working on things, just to try to give people a little bit of confidence. So going into, because you had a great season so far, and now you just build off of this.
There's Jaden Jeffers. She's got the last 5 for Henry Clay. How about 7 and a foul? Great to see Jeffers conclude her eligibility as a high school player so strongly late in this game.
The one thing about her, she's a competitor. That's why I noticed last night when she was playing that she was just kind of bent over like she was out of breath. So she's a competitor.
Jade now with 7 straight for Henry Clay. Really the lone holdover off a very successful group last year, coached by Ashley Gerard, advanced to the 11th region tournament. And Jeffers, the primary returner, and there's been a lot thrust on her shoulders for scoring, and she has certainly adapted as well to a new head coach.
Well, that's the biggest change. When you get a new coach, and especially going into your senior year, that's the hardest thing, and I think Coach Tribble has done a great job of getting the young ladies to buy into him. That's a sign of a great coach.
I'm not sure what the issue is at the scores table. And Henry Clay will have a free throw. Clock idle now, 57.6. Rebound out of there by Okerle. Inside the arc, a long two. That's going to be short from Nia Carr. And Jeffers out with it for Henry Clay. There's two more.
Well, that's what you want to see out of your senior. No matter what the score is, you want your senior to go play hard, and she's leading the way she should by example.
9 in succession for Jaden Jeffers. Well done, young lady. So Jaden with 10 now in a row for Henry Clay. There's Miami King, a wonderful move underneath. And a foul on the blue. Will be on Jeffers.
Got to be more physical in that paint. And I know that's one thing that they're probably doing the offseason. Henry Clay, that is probably get in the weight room, get a little stronger.
Apparently that's a common foul.
I thought she was shooting.
So no free throws. 4th team foul. And now the clock going to continue to run. M.K. Bennett driving off the mark. Rebound out of there for Henry Clay. It's number 3, Emmy Van Meter. And Van Meter finds her companion, Nora Jane Dick, under 10. Van Meter, baseline, a long 3 and banked it in. The 3 by Van Meter will take us to the 4th. And a 67-37 Frederick Douglass lead. You're watching the 42nd District Semifinal for Bryan Station High School on Glycod.
No one college can be all things to all people, but Bluegrass Community and Technical College is as close as it gets. We're affordable, like you've got a great chance to graduate with little to no debt. Affordable, flexible, with in-person, online, and hybrid programs. And you can easily transfer your credits to continue on to a 4-year university. So while we can't be everything to everyone, we can be a lot of things to you. Learn more at bluegrass.kctcs.edu.
Stuck on the road? Call Martin's Peterbilt Mobile Service. Our 24/7 commercial roadside service, truck and trailer repair, and warranty service will have you back on the road in no time. Call us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Martin's Peterbilt, keeping you rolling.
Can one college be all things to all people? Bluegrass Community and Technical College can. Learn more at bluegrass.kctcs.edu.
You're watching Central Kentucky High School Basketball on Glycod.
Chris Labar, Nimbo Hammonds, and our camera operator John Strange welcome you back. 67-37, Frederick Douglass on their way to another 11th region tournament. What's the focus for them here in these last 8 minutes?
For Douglass is let's work on what we need to work on. Let's see if we can keep our offense crisp. Let's cut hard. Let's do all the little things. As far as Henry Clay, just keep building. You know, it's the first year for Coach Tribble. Just keep building. Try to correct the turnovers and do the little things as well.
Possession to Henry Clay. There you see the Sayre Douglass boys game will tip at 30 minutes at the conclusion of this game. Angling in is Van Meter, runs out of real estate.
Douglass has done a good job of closing down those lanes.
Here's Jaden Jeffers. Great defense it was there by the Broncos.
You know, they do a good job of anytime anybody drives, they're in the right defensive position to help and contest and stop drivers. So Henry Clay hasn't had a chance to really get into paint too much tonight.
And a jump ball, the arrow will stay Frederick Douglass with just over 7 minutes in this fourth quarter. We hope to catch up with Broncos head coach DJ Moberly in between games. There's Adriana Brown. Woven to Miami King, and King right through Carolyn Young for the basket. King now with 7. And it's 69-37, and another turnover, and there's MK Bennett. She's missed a couple of those tonight. As Jaden Jeffers with a rebound and a foul coming up the floor on Douglas. Foul on Nia Carr. Interesting hearing Coach Murray Garvin tell you he's not ready to turn in the uniforms yet, not ready to go to the cleaners.
Hey, that's what you preach to your kids, because that feeling right there is an ugly feeling, and I can tell you that from personal times with that.
There's Jaden Jeffers in the corner, and certainly the Bronco boys a big favorite in that game. They have 2 wins over Sayre as Nora Jane Dick wheels in a Frederick Douglass foul. So the winner gets Sayre Scott County on Friday night at 6 p.m. Sayre and Scott will play, Scott County and Bryan Station, I beg your pardon. Scott County Bryan Station will play tomorrow on the girls' side at 6 p.m. And the winner gets Douglas Friday at 6.
You know, right now, if I'm Coach Mobley, and it looks like he's doing it, he's resting his top players and letting everybody get that experience of the district run.
Great memories being made. And there's a 7th grader scoring, Nora Jane Dick. And for her to be a contributor, again, she's a double-figure score on the season as a 7th grader at the varsity level. That speaks very highly of her game.
Well, here's the one thing I can say about the young ladies in Lexington here lately. In the last few years, there's been an uptick of the young ladies really playing in a lot of leagues. I have my own Saturday leagues during the winter, and a lot of these young ladies have played in it. So you see them really competing more.
MK Bennett been a part of this Broncos group since the 8th grade. You've got Tamia Wade, played for Henry Clay as a 7th grader. Now in her 2nd year as a freshman at Frederick Douglass. And we saw a 7th grader last night for Sayre.
Well, I think the future is bright for girls for girls basketball. And, hopefully this make other young ladies want to come out and play.
And possession underneath for the Broncos. Frederick Douglass, their 4th consecutive season of 20 or more wins after tonight's outcome.
Coach Mobley's done a great job. He's a hard worker. I know him. I know Coach Mobley personally, and loves the game of basketball.
Well, and I think he has a healthy chip on his shoulder. Just talking about coaching at the Broncos, feels like the girls program maybe doesn't get the recognition due to the boys' success and, of course, the football program's success.
Well, and that's what you want, though. At least he's vocal and he fights for his girls. And, I think that's why they fight for him.
That's off the mark. And Coach Moberly, one of the rising stars in high school coaching, unquestionably. Took the Broncos to the Final Four of the 2025 Sweet 16, his last season. And there's 2 for Adriana Brown. We'll update the ticker at the conclusion of this game. Also have your most outstanding players presented by Carpenter's Local 1650. A lot of coverage in between games and a foul on the floor. So Henry Clay will have their season wind down at 8-18. Not the statistical season they wanted, but again, I think some positives were gained throughout the course of this year.
Yeah, and I think that's what he wanted. I think I listened to the interview that he had before the game yesterday, and what he talked about was using the season for experience for his team. And I think he's done that. I think he's accomplished everything he's wanted to.
The 2 free throws, Broncos with 4 fouls in this quarter, so the clock idle and a pair for Jaden Jeffers. There you see head coach Tribble. Had a 4-year run at Campbellsville University, Harrodsburg. As Jeffers, after missing a bevy of free throws in the first half, she's now converting, and it's 71-40. 3:39 left in this third and fourth quarter. Strong drive that's off the mark from Nia Carr, and Henry Clay out with a rebound. There's a pull-up three, and Aaliyah Baird in for her second made three. She's got 9 points. Left-hand floater is off from Atkins, and the follow goes for Miami King. King on the cusp of double figures now with 9. There's Jaden Jeffers. And out of bounds with just under 3 minutes left.
You know, she's really been active, Jaden Jeffers, and I'm really happy about that because she's not giving up, and I'm thankful that she's keep playing and leading her team. Because sometimes, when you're getting beat this bad, sometimes you lose your confidence and you don't play as hard, but she's playing really hard at this point.
Frederick Douglass calls a timeout. We'll step aside. More coverage coming up. Be right back after this.
Central Equipment, we're a family, and that's what sets us apart from other ag and outdoor power equipment companies.
It's the amazing options we give our customers.
Through the quality brands that we represent.
With the parts and service that we offer.
With one main focus of making sure
our customers leave happy.
If you need a new tractor, mower, chainsaw, or have other power equipment needs,
come to Central Equipment and become part of our family.
So we can show you the Central Equipment difference.
At Man of War Harley-Davidson, we're proud to be Kentucky's only family-owned Harley-Davidson dealership. Here, horsepower meets hospitality, and every rider is treated like family. With a huge selection of Harley-Davidson motorcycles, expert service and parts, premium apparel, and endless customization options, we're built to support every mile of your ride. And through community events and group rides, we're more than just a dealership. Man of War Harley-Davidson, where the ride begins.
You're watching Central Kentucky High School Basketball on Glycod.
Just 2:54 remain as Frederick Douglass started this game on a 19-0 blitz, and the lead now at 30. Here's Baird steering in another three. Aaliyah Baird's made 3 of those tonight.
The good thing about it is with having a young team, you want to see them keep fighting, and then that's a good way to leave the season on a positive note.
Here comes Jaden Jeffers. 2:33 remaining. Jeffers well underneath the basket, an awkward landing there. It's going to stay Henry Clay. And clock continues to run as, Jeffers definitely ailing there, and they're going to stop the clock at 2:19.
One thing I got to give the young lady credit for, she's given her all both nights, being under the weather. And if you've played any sport, being sick, you know how bad that feels. But for her to come out and give 110% for her team, that's a miraculous thing.
There you see some great coaching, some mentorship by Coach Tribble, and he's just so fond of the effort, as you heard him talk in the conversation with our Keith Elkins about just Jaden's maturity and how she's had to play different this year as a senior for a new head coach.
Well, I'm going to tell you, I know Coach Tribble personally, so I don't think it would be hard to kind of play for him because his demeanor is so great and he comes with so much knowledge and he knows how to talk to these young ladies.
Well, Jeffers was actually fouled, or was she? No, it was just a side out. So possession underneath as Jaden will check out of the game with 2:19 to play. There's Aaliyah Baird. Oh my, banked that in from the corner. Baird's got 38 now made threes on the season. She's made 4 here tonight.
Young lady can really stroke the ball.
There's Adriana Brown trying to respond, and a Henry Clay foul. A couple of free throws looming for Brown. Not sure how you draw it up there, but 3 nonetheless for Henry Clay. And a free throw goes in for Brown. Under 2 to play. There's Brown trying to get more minutes with a great steal. Dumford in for 2. That's a Brown, I beg your pardon. Brinley Dumford found Adriana Brown. And it's 77-49. Jeffers a little bit long with that one. Rebound scarfed up by Kelsey Lawson. And Frederick Douglass will put her on the foul line. We'll talk Sayre and Douglas boys at the conclusion. Also, again, have a look at your most outstanding players and hopefully catch up with Broncos girls head coach DJ Moberly. Tia Tishner back in for Frederick Douglass, 5'5" freshman.
Coach Mobley's really utilized that bench tonight. Every young lady, like you said, created memories. They got a chance to get on the floor tonight, be a part of this.
And Henry Clay at their season high now, 50 with 125 remaining. Rather, they're a season average at 50. Brown, a strong drive, exploding in for 2. There's Jeffers going to play it out now. Into the free throw line she'll go with just under a minute to go.
I would have loved to see that young lady be really 100% healthy during this tournament. You know, that's the one thing that you know that's unfortunate for her, being sick during this time.
And Jeffers at the free throw line, where she has certainly struggled at times. Half dozen or so misses on free throws. She was only 2 of 6 from the foul line in the first half. And both fall off. The rebound floated back up by Kelsey Lawson. And the Broncos going to play this out and improve to 20-7. What's DJ going to think about this one?
Really pleased. If I'm him, I'm pleased. You know, you had two quarters where you went on a 19-0 run. That's a beautiful thing. So you still want to build on it as much as you can. Talk about the problem areas. Probably free throws.
Broncos losing 4 out of 5 coming in as Henry Clay going to sub out. And Jaden Jeffers right there. Always hard to see Nimbo in your last high school game.
Oh, yes. I remember that. I felt that same way.
Carolyn Young, also a senior, checking out for the last time for Henry Clay. And Douglas dribbling out the clock, and they're going to advance. Final score tonight, Frederick Douglass 79, Henry Clay 52. Great. 2 classy head coaches will meet at the scores table along with their respective teams. More coverage coming up. We've got a game to follow, more coverage. We'll talk about that, update the ticker and more. You're watching the 42nd District Semifinal live from Bryant Station High School on Glycon.
Take the short drive to satisfaction with the Tim Short Auto Group. Up to 5,000 vehicles to choose from. Shop online or in person.
Hey, I'm Tim Short. I'd just like to invite everybody out to one of our 27 locations, or check us out online at timshortautogroup.com.
Take the short drive to satisfaction and bring home your new vehicle.
For any of your window, door, and siding needs, contact the team at Elite Building Products. Their factory-certified, licensed, and insured contractors have been installing energy-efficient windows and doors for over 30 years. They also offer energy tax credits and military veteran discounts. Locally owned and open weekdays at 242 Wilson Drive, just off of the 27 bypass. For a free estimate, call 859-887-2440. Elite Building Products.
Can one college be all things to all people? Bluegrass Community and Technical College can. Learn more at bluegrass.kctcs.edu.
Need a tow? Martin's Peterbilt Towing Service is here 24/7. Based in London and Pikeville, we will travel to you. Commercial trucks and trailers, no job too big. Call us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Martin's Peterbilt, keeping you rolling.
Your road to safe, confident driving starts at Apex Driving School. Apex is family-owned and operated, offering teen and adult driving lessons given by state-certified instructors. They also provide a wide range of services, including classroom instruction, freeway interstate driving, and road test prep. Register today. Apex Driving School, where learning to drive feels like family.
At Man O' War Harley-Davidson, we're proud to be Kentucky's only family-owned Harley-Davidson dealership. Here, horsepower meets hospitality, and every rider is treated like family. With a huge selection of Harley-Davidson motorcycles, expert service and parts, premium apparel, and endless customization options, we're built to support every mile of your ride. And through community events and group rides, we're more than just a dealership. Man O' War Harley-Davidson, where the ride begins.
Drive with the confidence and security of a pre-owned Kia from Cartown Kia. This incredible certification package is loaded with a 5-year, 60,000-mile bumper-to-bumper warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty, 10 years of national roadside assistance, and 2 years of free maintenance. Choose from over 70 certified pre-owned Kias or over 1,000 vehicles of all makes and models. It's new car driving at used cars prices with certified pre-owned Kias from CartownKiaUSA.com.
Tonight's post-game recap is brought to you by Cartown Kia, your dealership for unmatched design, performance, and savings at 3120 Lexington Road in Nicholasville. Visit CartownKiaUSA.com.
Frederick Douglass girls take care of their business over Henry Clay 79-50, and Nimbo, the hot start in both the first and third quarters, just too much for Clay to overcome.
Well, and I was impressed with him to go 19-0 in both the first and the third. That set the tone early.
Look at your first half, rather your final numbers presented by Bluegrass Community and Technical College. College for your world. A lot of easy opportunities kind of boosted Douglass 57% from the floor.
Well, they shot, they got a lot of hands on their on deflections and everything, and got a lot of point-blank range shots. So, and that came from their defensive defense tonight.
57%, as we told you. Douglass from the floor, rebounding +9. But again, missed free throws. I think that might be something DJ would like to clean up.
Well, and if you got to take away something, that's the one thing you come back with, because those become important in those tight games.
We will hopefully catch up with DJ in just a few moments. Then we'll transition to the boys' game at Sayre and Frederick Douglass boys about 22+ minutes before we have that one. Stay close, more coverage coming up. We're live at the 42nd District, and you're watching Glycod.
No one college can be all things to all people, but Bluegrass Community and Technical College is as close as it gets. We're affordable, like you've got a great chance to graduate with little to no debt. Affordable, flexible, with in-person, online, and hybrid programs. And you can easily transfer your credits to continue on to a 4-year university. So while we can't be everything to everyone, we can be a lot of things to you. Learn more at bluegrass.kctcs.edu.
New recruit, take advantage of our apprenticeship program. Come out of our 4-year course debt-free. with health insurance, a guaranteed pension, a degree, and an electrical license.
3 words I'd use to describe the apprenticeship are opportunity, skillful, educational,
solid career path,
rewarding, beneficial, and a brotherhood.
A life-changing opportunity.
The cost of school is free. All your books are paid for.
You go to school once every 2 weeks. All the other stuff is on-the-job training.
The teachers here are great. They're all very, very knowledgeable.
They're preparing you for what you're already seeing in the field.
If you're struggling with something in school, sometimes your fellow students can help you work through that.
Everyone's willing to help each other. It's like a big family.
I love being a part of a union, something bigger than myself.
This field is so vast. You can find something that you really love to do because there is so much you can do.
I went from a job to a life-changing career.
Power up your potential with the IBEW.
Take the short drive to satisfaction with the Tim Short Auto Group. Up to 5,000 vehicles to choose from. Shop online or in person.
Hey, I'm Tim Short. I'd just like to invite everybody out to one of our 27 locations or check us out online at timshortautogroup.com.
Take the short drive to satisfaction and bring home your new vehicle.
Research has shown high school sports to be a great community influence. Join scores of local businesses that have partnered with Glycod in sponsoring live, hometown-oriented sports programming on our video and social media platforms. For more information, email info@glycod.com.
We all want our kids to grow up safe and healthy, so we show them how, and we tell them with honest conversations that let them know what we expect. That's especially important when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. Kids need to know the dangers and how to avoid them. And when it comes to pain medications, opioids, they need to know that they should never be taken without a prescription and never shared with friends or family. It's dangerous and illegal. So talk with your kids, because when you talk, they hear you.
For any of your window, door, and siding needs, contact the team at Elite Building Products. Their factory-certified, licensed, and insured contractors have been installing energy-efficient windows and doors for over 30 years. They also offer energy tax credits and military veteran discounts. Locally owned and open weekdays at 242 Wilson Drive, just off of the 27 bypass. For a free estimate, call 859-887-2440. Elite Building Products.
You're watching Central Kentucky High School Basketball on Glycod.
Let's take a look at tonight's most outstanding players presented by our great friends at Carpenters Local 1650. You can build your next chapter. Visit carpenters.com for more. Aaliyah Baird, Nimbo had 18 points, just a tremendous effort. But let's go, Jaden Jeffers. 16 points, her last high school game, and she left it all out there.
Well, and here's one thing that I saw that I really loved, that I loved the most about her, that she kept fighting. So, you know, and you still lead your team even in defeat.
So Aaliyah Baird, 18 points. Kelsey Lawson, another double-double, 10 and 10. But Jaden Jeffers, 16 points, 4 rebounds, wrapping up a tremendous high school career for Frederick Douglass. How about Peyton Okerle, season high 10 points?
I was just thinking the same thing, you know, and she started off so great, and then she couldn't get over the hump with the free throws. But, you know, when you're having such a great night, you know, everything doesn't always go the way you want it. But she should be proud of the evening.
10 and 4 for Peyton, but 0 of 6 from the foul line. So she was shooting 39% coming in. Steve Bird will tell us in the morning what she's down to. I'm guessing about 25%. But you've got 5 different Broncos in double figures.
Yes, yes. You know, so if you ever wanted to pick an MVP, you got to say the whole team for real.
You got Okerle 10, Tamia Wade 11, Miami King 10, Dumford 10, and Jaylee Knowles 14 points. So a team effort for Frederick Douglass, and they did what they needed to do tonight.
Yes. Yes. You know, and you know, when you take care of business, you know, you feel good about it, especially when you execute.
So we'll have Sayre boys to follow Sayre and Frederick Douglass. That game will tip in about 15. Also thoughts from DJ Moberly. More coverage coming up. You're watching a 42nd District Basketball Tournament live on Glycod.
Stuck on the road? Call Martin's Peterbilt Mobile Service. Our 24/7 commercial roadside service, truck and trailer repair, and warranty service will have you back on the road in no time. Call us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Martin's Peterbilt, keeping you rolling.
At Man O' War Harley-Davidson, we're proud to be Kentucky's only family-owned Harley-Davidson dealership. Here, horsepower meets hospitality, and every rider is treated like family. With a huge selection of Harley-Davidson motorcycles, expert service and parts, premium apparel, and endless customization options, we're built to support every mile of your ride. And through community events and group rides, we're more than just a dealership. Man O' War Harley-Davidson, where the ride begins.
No one college can be all things to all people, but Bluegrass Community and Technical College is as close as it gets. We're affordable, like you've got a great chance to graduate with little to no debt. Affordable, flexible, with in-person, online, and hybrid programs. And you can easily transfer your credits to continue on to a 4-year university. So while we can't be everything to everyone, we can be a lot of things to you. Learn more at bluegrass.kctcs.edu.
I think it's important to have a passion because it's important to have something that's bigger than yourself, that you find joy in, that you can work towards every single day. I would say that basketball has positively influenced my life greater than any other thing that I've done because it has allowed me to build so many great relationships, and it's taught me resilience and accountability and discipline and so many things that I use in life every single day. I've witnessed how drugs have negatively impacted people in my community, and I know that by pursuing my passion, I've been able to make positive choices that have helped me grow as a person and an athlete. If you're feeling pressured, I would just encourage you to stay true to yourself and not let others influence you to become something that you're not. It's okay to stand out and make choices that reflect who you really are. My name is Cassidy Rowe, and I'm better without it.
You'll still have common days, but this is not one of them. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
Tonight's game has been brought to you by Kentucky Army National Guard. Uncommon is calling.
Nimbo Hammonds is with Victoria's head coach DJ Moberly.
First of all, Coach, congratulations on a big win tonight. You came out and really made an impression.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate it, man. Just trying to get them well prepared. District, anything can happen. Like I tell these girls, day in and day out, you got to be prepared for this. Because it's one game, anything, one mistake, you lose the game. It's over. Ain't no playing tomorrow. So you got to be prepared and be ready.
So how did you get them ready? I know you all had like a 4 out of 5 game skid towards the end of the year. So tell me a little bit about that, how you got them motivated to come into tonight.
Well, I feel like the last month, we didn't play the tough schedule the last month we had as far as over here. And just prepare us for times like this. And we had to go through a couple, persevere adversity at times. But I feel like going through the 4 or 5 game stretch got us to where now we a little bit more commodity as a team, know our weaknesses now, and knew what we needed to work on. So that couple days after the 4 or 5 game that we was on, we got to come back home and prepare and got to see stuff that we need to work on to get better at.
So now you take tonight. What did you work on after the night? You had 2 quarters where you went on 19-0 runs. I know you had to be pleased, but what did you take away from this game that you have to work on?
Well, for one, I take away that we shared the ball more than anything, I feel like, today, as far as us moving the ball. Our passing was a little bit better. So everything was kind of a little bit on point, but the most thing, we ran the floor and we got deflections, got our hands on the ball a lot.
Let me ask you this now. Here's the key. You are favored by so much coming through this district. How do you keep your girls motivated to come out and fight every night like they did tonight?
Well, like I tell them, man, we never get caught up in the rankings and all that type of stuff, man. I always tell them, in life, nothing's given to you. So, like with my girls, we go every day in and out, and we try to keep a level-headed and take on the next opponent. We don't try to look for the next 2 opponents. So we just try to go day by day and preparing like that.
Coach, good luck the rest of the way. Glad I got to see you play, and I know Coach Washington is very happy if he's watching this tonight.
I'm definitely happy. More than anything, man. Glad you was here to interview me. You like family to me, man, but most importantly, man, thanks for everything, and thanks for Glycod covering us.
Thank you.
Head coach DJ Mobley, as the Broncos will gear up for Friday night district championship opposite either Scott County or Bryan Station on Friday night at 6 p.m. We'll step aside. We'll talk more about the boys' game at Sayre and Frederick Douglass. Nimbo's analysis is on the other side with our Elite Building Products game plan, and we'll dissect the matchup, Sayre and Douglass. And you're watching District 42 semifinal action on Glycod.
Central Equipment, we're a family, and that's what sets us apart from other ag and outdoor power equipment companies.
It's the amazing options we give our customers.
Through the quality brands that we represent.
With the parts and service that we offer.
With one main focus of making sure
our customers leave happy.
If you need a new tractor, mower, chainsaw, or have other power equipment needs,
come to Central Equipment and become part of our family.
So we can show you the Central Equipment difference.
You'll still have common days. But this is not one of them. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
At Man O' War Harley-Davidson, we're proud to be Kentucky's only family-owned Harley-Davidson dealership. Here, horsepower meets hospitality, and every rider is treated like family. With a huge selection of Harley-Davidson motorcycles, expert service and parts, premium apparel, and endless customization options, we're built to support every mile of your ride. And through community events and group rides, we're more than just a dealership. Man O' War Harley-Davidson, where the ride begins.
My favorite thing about being a student at U of L is just the sense of community that I have on campus or off campus. Sports has positively influenced my life by taking me out of just slumps that I have in dark places. Anytime I'm feeling down or maybe alone, I always have basketball to go to. I can go to the gym at any time of the day and just my mind clears up. My name is Javon Hadley, and I'm better without it.
Research has shown high school sports to be a great community influence. Join scores of local businesses that have partnered with Glycod in sponsoring live, hometown-oriented sports programming on our video and social media platforms. For more information, email info@glycod.com.
New recruit? Take advantage of our apprenticeship program. Come out of our 4-year course debt-free. With health insurance, a guaranteed pension, a degree, and an electrical license.
3 words I'd use to describe the apprenticeship are opportunity, skillful, educational,
solid career path,
rewarding, beneficial, and a brotherhood.
A life-changing opportunity.
The cost of school is free. All your books are paid for.
You go to school once every 2 weeks. All the other stuff is on-the-job training.
The teachers here are great. They're all very, very knowledgeable.
They're preparing you for what you're already seeing in the field.
If you're struggling with something in school, sometimes your fellow students can help you work through that.
Everyone's willing to help each other. It's like a big family.
I love being a part of a union, something bigger than myself.
This field is so vast. You can find something that you really love to do because there is so much you can do.
I went from a job to a life-changing career.
Power up your potential with the IBEW.
You're watching Central Kentucky High School Basketball on Glycod.
Well, let's get acquainted, shall we, with the Sayre and Frederick Douglass Broncos game plan tonight, presented by Elite Building Products, locally owned and proudly sponsoring Central Kentucky High School athletics on Glycod. They are the right decision for your home. And Cisco, for Sayre, all about tempo, isn't it?
Yeah, they have to control the tempo. You know, that's one thing that I know about Coach Goodman. He's going to try to play at his pace. They can't get caught up in the trying to get in the transition game with Frederick Douglass. Secondly, Berger and Gaines need to really be efficient tonight. They got lucky last night because Berger really didn't have a good game. But if he comes out tonight and have a good game, him and Gaines, that could be great for them. And then they have to rebound the ball and limit second chances because, you know, Douglass is going to be on that glass.
You got Berger and Gaines, 25 points between them. Sayre as a group only averages 53, so that's the important part, as you so pointed out. And for Frederick Douglass, They got to turn some defense into offense.
Well, I think that's the tradition over at Douglas because everybody plays defense over and they turn it into transitional points. So they need to do that. If they can pressure the ball, that's key to them. And then also they have to win in the paint. They got to rebound the ball. They have to tack inside by the pass or the drive and make Sayre's defense collapse. And then they got to just wear them down and just keep pressing all game long, keep the tempo up pace tempo, and try to wear Sayre down by the end of the game.
This Bronco team, as you take a look now, 19-6, and they closed this season, this regular season, very strongly. 9 straight wins against a strong competition.
Well, I watched them play a couple of times, and I think they're led by Derek Talbot. One thing you gotta say about that, they got a strong guard that is led. That leads this team, and he leads them on the defensive end and the offensive end.
Broncos, you see some of their top wins. They have played just, again, a rigorous slate. Top wins. They blew out a strong Lexington Catholic team a few weeks ago, Bryan Station, North Laurel. They do have the 2 losses to Madison Central, and the serendipity nature of the postseason. Both these teams could play again next week in Richmond.
Hey, that's what we're looking for. You always want the best to play. You want great games every night.
We're going to talk more about this Sayre team. They are coached by an alum, true gentleman, Rob Goodman. We will talk more about Sayre when we come back. More coverage coming up. You're watching the District 42 semifinal between Sayre and Douglas on Glycod.
To safe, confident driving starts at Apex Driving School. Apex is family-owned and operated, offering teen and adult driving lessons given by state-certified instructors. They also provide a wide range of services, including classroom instruction, freeway interstate driving, and road test prep. Register today. Apex Driving School, where learning to drive feels like family.
At Man of War Harley-Davidson, we're proud to be Kentucky's only family-owned Harley-Davidson dealership. Here, horsepower meets hospitality, and every rider is treated like family. With a huge selection of Harley-Davidson motorcycles, expert service and parts, premium apparel, and endless customization options, we're built to support every mile of your ride. And through community events and group rides, we're more than just a dealership. Man of War Harley-Davidson, where the ride begins.
You're watching Central Kentucky High School Basketball on Glycod.
Let's talk a bit about this Sayre team. 12-19, and they got a big win last night. What did you like best about that win versus Scott County?
Man, they look different than they did in the beginning of the year. And the one thing I did think about them, they used their football players as well. So maybe their football players were just rounded into shape. So last night they was hitting on all cylinders.
Sayre with a win over Scott County. Kenji Berger, John Gaines, we talked about them in the last segment. And then you've got the seasoned Savion Staley. His offense has been kind of inconsistent, but at his best, he's very strong.
Well, here's the one thing about him. I would like to see him in the post a little bit more, get a couple more rebounds, but he does stretch the floor because he can shoot the ball. But I would like to have him in the post a little bit more to give them a physical presence.
It's Sayre and Frederick Douglass live from Bryan Station High School. The winner will take on the winner of tomorrow night's other boys semifinal between Henry Clay and Bryan Station. Stay close. Starting lineups coming up. You're watching the District 42 semifinal from Glycod.
Central Kentucky, don't be afraid of your pool water. Talk to the experts at Suntine Pools, your BioGuard dealer. For over 50 years, our reputation has made us the company of choice for all your pool needs. Visit our store for a full line of BioGuard products, equipment, and accessories. Have your swimming pool sparkling in no time. Visit Suntine Pools today.
From Glycod, it's Central Kentucky High School Basketball. Presented by Bluegrass Community and Technical College. College for your world. Tonight's game is brought to you by Man of War Harley-Davidson. 100% Kentucky owned and operated. New Vista. We see the good ahead. Tim Short Auto Plaza. take the short drive to satisfaction. Martin's Peterbilt, keeping you rolling. Elite Building Products, where you'll find top quality products for your home. Cartown Kia, movement that inspires. Carpenter's Local 1650, build your winning career today. And by Suntime Pools and Spas and Apex Driving School. And now, courtside for all the action from Glycod on Central Kentucky High School Basketball, presented by Bluegrass Community and Technical College.
Welcome back to Bryan Station High School. It's Sayre and Frederick Douglass. Nimbo, it doesn't get any better than this.
Well, how can it doesn't? You know, district games during the week, great basketball is either do or die, and you go home. This atmosphere is something that you live for. I've had my time, and I've been on the bad end of that, and I've also been on the good end of that. So this is a lot of memories for these kids going through this right now, especially for these seniors. You wish them luck, but, only a few can make it past here. It's a great week for basketball. I've got to see a lot of girls basketball, and that's what I'm most impressed with the young ladies coming in and how hard they play.
Your starting lineups coming up here in just a moment as Frederick Douglass, the home team tonight, being recognized, and a pretty strong contingent from Bronco Nation.
Yes, it is. Here's the thing. They're coming in with the bullseye on their back, and they look like they're ready to play. Talking to Coach Murray Garvin earlier today, I loved his energy, and he brought that little block out. I don't know what that block was. I'm going to have to talk to him about that after the game or so. But he had all their goals on it. And the one thing about that is it means you are driven. That means you have some direction, and your team is really fully intact. And, that's a great coach. That's the sign of a great coach, to lead your team.
Starting lineups presented by Apex Driving School, where driving feels like family. Gaines, Berger, Jones, Staley, and Perry, the starters for Sayre. Douglass will counter with Surratt, Wade, Robinson, Cohen, and Talbert. Thank you so much for joining us tonight live on Glycod. I'm Chris Labar. He's Nimbo Hammonds, and these are your officials: Lightfoot, Whitaker, and Clayton Brooks. And certainly, as the case was in the girls' game with Henry Clay, they needed to get off to a good start. So does Sayre in this one.
Yes, they just can't. You can't start the games with turnovers. You got to really be patient because the Broncos are going to really be trying to pressure you and get a lot of deflection. So you have to be safe with that ball.
Sayre 12 and 19 coming in, and just like that, DeMarcus Surratt an alley-oop jam.
What can you say? Fresh out the gate.
How long have they been working on that play, Nimbo?
Hey, the last time I've seen that play was when I was in high school, and Roy Booker threw it to me. So it's been a while.
From the opening tap, the lob just like that, and it's 2-0 Douglass. See what Sayre counters with as they try to navigate this tough half-court Frederick Douglass defense.
This is going to be a good battle of those point guards. Caden Jones and Talbert. That's the matchup I want to see tonight.
There's John Gaines. He's a very efficient scorer in this time he travels. Broncos lead the overall series. Defeated Sayre a couple of weeks ago in OT on the farm, and they've won 5 in succession. There's Thurman Wade, and Wade hoists to 3. A little short there. Nate Cohen carves out space for the rebound. Robinson dials in a 3.
That's the one thing they cannot do is give up second chance points. Most of the time the basketball gods punish you for that.
Tate Robinson, his 73rd made 3 of the year. That's a school record. And the Broncos off to a 5-0 start. Now Caden Jones, he'll try a 3 and connect. So Caden Jones stems the tide momentarily.
And that's what you want, You want your leader. You want your leader to fight, and everybody else will follow.
We got a traveling violation on Douglas as Sayre will get an opportunity to tie the game as Jones connecting on that three. There's Bo Perry in the corner.
Well, they need to get some paint touches, either by the drive, by the pass, or by a set play.
Jones pull-up jumper. A little bit short, and there's Thurman away to dial out the Frederick Douglass rebound.
You know, the one thing you got to do, you got to move that ball. You got to make the defense move.
There's DeMarcus Surratt. Dakari Talbert hoist a three, in and out. Surratt with a rebound already. 2 offensive boards for Douglas. Make it 3 is Cohen all the way around and out. And finally, the rebound trickles out to Tate Robinson for a 3. And 6 second chance points for Douglas.
Well, you know, and the crazy thing about that is that was one of the points that we had. You know, they have to be physical in the paint. That is the Sayre. Sayre has to be physical in the paint.
Tate Robinson with 6. And out of bounds to Sayre. John Gaines will inbound. Season high 32 points against regional foe Franklin County. He's got some pop to his offensive game.
Yeah, he has a chance to really fill it up. You know, he has the capability of filling it up. They're gonna need it tonight.
There's Kenji Berger, his first touch, 14-point-a-night score.
Look in the post some. They've got to get some paint touches.
Tate Robinson, good on-ball defense. Nice help by Wade, causes the miscue. Surratt in open confines. And a Sayre timeout and a 10-3 start. DeMarcus Surratt, 2 jams here in the early going of this game.
Well, the one thing that you cannot do is try to make it a one-on-one game. You have to move that ball to make the defense move. Then you got to get in and get some angles to that basket to create plays. But if you go one-on-one and try to do that, that plays right into Douglas's hands.
There you see the head coach of the Sayre Spartans, Rob Goodman, coaching his alma mater.
You know, Goodman's a good coach. So one thing about it is I know he'll keep his cool. He'll try to rally his guys through some of these storms.
So offensive rebounding been a key in the first 3 minutes of this game in live ball turnovers. And Frederick Douglass off to a 7-point lead. Kenji Berger will orchestrate the attack.
You know, they need to look for a good set play, get some ball movement.
Caden Jones will find Gaines in the corner. Back to Bo Perry, and it's stolen away by Wade. Thurman Wade. Cohen, the punctuation mark. 3 Broncos jams to start this game. Here's Caden Jones trying to respond, and Cohen the rebound. Outlet Dakari. And another jam. The 4th for Douglas in this game. And a Sayre timeout.
Wow, what a quick start. What a quick start. You know, I know Coach Murray Garvin, his energy was up, but when he was interviewing him during the other game, the halftime of the game, I felt his energy, and I'm seeing him down there pumping his guys up. That's kind of what you want to see out of your coach.
Take a quick 30-second timeout. This message presented by Army National Guard on Glycod.
You'll still have common days, but this is not one of them. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
You're watching Central Kentucky High School Basketball on Glycod.
Well, some urgency by the Frederick Douglass Broncos to start this game. 4 dunks already, and they lead 14-3.
Well, here's the thing. They just played each other recently, you know, and if you want to send a message, this is how you send it.
Surratt with 3 jams. Nate Cohen, a dunk as well. And Sayre has burned 2 precious timeouts in the first 4 minutes of this game.
You know, their ball pressure has been great this evening so far. They seem to be locked in on the defensive end.
There's Savion Staley for Sayre. A.J. Corrigan is checked in for the Spartans, and a much-needed basket for Staley.
You know, we talked about Staley being able to stretch the floor, you know, and that was a good bucket for them right now.
So Sayre with a couple of threes, one by Staley, one by Caden Jones. There's Dakari Talbert with some space. Underneath Cohen, great look. Surratt dials up a long 3. Robinson with a rebound, and Robinson left that short but snagged it anyway.
Wow, you know, they just keep giving up these extra shots. You know, you can't win a game if you keep giving up extra shots to a team.
Finally, John Gaines corrals the rebound. There's Kenji Berger attacking. Number 2, Berger hoisted off the window. That's off. Nice putback by Corrigan. And Corrigan to the foul line for 2 as the freshman just ripped that away from the Woodford County transfer, Thurman Wade.
Well, you know, the good thing about it is they're battling. You know, that's one thing you want to see, especially if I'm Coach Goodwin. Goodman. I want to see my kids fight in there.
A.J. Corrigan, a 6'3 sophomore. Nice-looking young player, and Sayre has scored 4 in a row after their timeout. Terry Kaysen has checked in for Douglas. Number 1, there you see him closest to the basket in white. On the middle top right of your screen.
You know, these guys' bodies look good. You know, to be high school guys, you can tell they put some work in the weight room, all of them.
Corrigan steers in a couple of free throws, and it's a 14-8 Douglas lead. 5 minutes have elapsed. Surratt finds number 11, Daniel Piana, and Piana, great find, and Surratt initiates contact and will strut to the free throw line.
You know, they seem to be patient on the offensive end. They're cutting hard. They're getting out in transition. They seem to be, clicking right now.
The versatility of Surratt, just a tremendous coup to his game.
The one thing about it is, even though this game is really, looking strong for Frederick Douglass right now, Sayre's still in it.
There's DeMarcus Surratt, the Bellarmine commit. As the Broncos 7 ahead. Jimmy Dick, number 30, is checking in for Frederick Douglass. He is a successful three-point shooter in his own right. Made 20 on the campaign. As Dakari Talbert will shuttle out.
Coach Garvin is going to that bench. That's one thing we talked about also in the pregame. Trying to wear down Sayre with those bodies.
Will Johnson on the floor for the first time. He'll handle it wearing number 0 for Sayre. There's Corrigan at the high post.
The one thing I would like to see Corrigan do is get a little deeper on the post.
Piana causing that havoc, and the turnover out to Terry Kaysen, and Kaysen bumped. And a Frederick Douglass free throw opportunity after another Spartans turnover.
Well, one thing that Douglass is doing is they're pushing the postman out of the lane. They may have to reestablish themselves in the post and get deeper, for Sayre that is.
Terry Kaysen, 57% free throw shooter. That young man, a lot of talent in his game. Tremendous football player as well.
Made both free throws. That's a good sign.
And the lead at 9. And Sayre with possession, nearing the 2-minute mark of this first quarter. The winner gets the winner of tomorrow night's other semi, Henry Clay or Bryant Station. Kenji Berger weaves in the lane. And Raymond Lightfoot says a foul on Daniel Piana, who was camped out underneath the basket.
Well, that's what Berger needs to do. He needs to attack the rim, get to the free throw line, start being more active. You know, last night they didn't really need him to do much, but they're going to need him tonight.
Berger season high 27 versus St. Henry. Glad to see that young man eligible. Quite the ordeal to become a high school player after transferring over from Lafayette. But he has been a welcome addition to this Sayre team. And he misfired twice there. And it's DeMarcus Surratt, the stabilizer for Frederick Douglass. Extra pass, Jimmy Dick flings a three in and out. Rebound vacuumed in by Will Johnson of Sayre.
That was a good set ran right there. Looked like a horns play.
And Robinson with some length. Does that bother Berger a little bit up top?
Well, I think so, but that's why they need to go in the post. I think they got the advantage in the post right now, and they need to look in there and get deep. Either go high-low, but they're not taking advantage of that right now. They're trying. Their bigs are posting hard.
There's Savion Staley, and Staley working hard for two, and that's a great call by the official as Staley, after the basket was made, ricocheted out of bounds, so a warning on Sayre.
You know, that's one thing that Sayre did that time on that trip. They recognized the mismatches and they tried to go to it. They got to do a lot more of that. Make every possession important.
So Staley with 5 quick points, only averages 8. He's got half of Sayre's output in this opening quarter.
Look like Coach has gone to a little bit of a zone, or is that just a matchup? No, it looked like a zone, a matchup zone.
Sure is. A little 2-3 up top. There's Surratt finding Terry Kaysen. Now DeMarcus Surratt slithers in the lane and rams it in.
Patience. You know, you can see that Douglas is well seasoned. They're ready for it tonight.
DeMarcus Surratt, his first non-dunk of the game. And Raymond Lightfoot, far side official, will blow the play dead as Jimmy Dick will check out. Might have some blood on his jersey by the looks of things.
Right now, if I'm Sayre, I'll run something to give me something deep. And then if they collapse on the post, kick out for a wide open shot.
Spartans with possession in the balance of this opening quarter.
Douglas is doing a great job keeping them on, trying to keep them on one side of the floor.
That's great defense up top by 24, Toby Robinson, Nate's kid brother, and a foul on Frederick Douglass. Common foul, so Sayre with possession, under 8. There's the backdoor. Gaines with a grab and another Sayre foul. This time, I believe Gaines was nicked in the act of shooting.
And that's one thing you got to do if you're Sayre. You got to get it by any means necessary. But when you go to the free throw line, you got to make your free throws.
2 free throws looming for John Gaines, 64% free throw shooter. And Sayre's had 3 of those rattle out tonight.
Man, I'm telling you, they're important. You know, I always preach after practice, take you a couple extra before you get out of there.
Gaines on the board, and Douglas will navigate into half court. Surratt inside the lane, may have gotten nicked on the arm, no call, and that's going to take us to the second. A successful start for Frederick Douglass. They lead 19-11 after 1, and you're watching the 42nd District Semifinal on Glycod.
To safe, confident driving starts at Apex Driving School. Apex is family-owned and operated, offering teen and adult driving lessons given by state-certified instructors. They also provide a wide range of services, including classroom instruction, freeway interstate driving, and road test prep. Register today. Apex Driving School, where learning to drive feels like family.
At Man O' War Harley-Davidson, we're proud to be Kentucky's only family-owned Harley-Davidson dealership. Here, horsepower meets hospitality, and every rider is treated like family. With a huge selection of Harley-Davidson motorcycles, expert service and parts, premium apparel, and endless customization options, we're built to support every mile of your ride. And through community events and group rides, we're more than just a dealership. Man O' War Harley-Davidson, where the ride begins.
You're watching Central Kentucky High School Basketball on Glycod.
Douglas by 8 as we welcome you back. Chris Labar, Nimbo Hammonds, alongside camera operator John Strange. And Sayre, once trailed by 10, trying to work their way up the mountaintop. They'll have possession to start this second quarter.
Now, the one thing I can say about Sayre in the position that they're in, they're not out of it. They just got to take their time each possession, and get some stops on the defensive end and block out.
A.J. Corrigan will find Caden Jones up top, who got the Sayre scoring started with an early three. He's been held in check since. There's the overplay and a foul underneath. Terry Kaysen got a hand on the ball, and perhaps Corrigan as well.
Sayre may have to run a set to then get the ball in the post. Just trying to dribble straight over and throw it in there. Douglas is doing a great job of collapsing on the post and making it tough for him.
Foul is on Daniel Piana, and he'll check out. Nate Cohen in. We talked about M.K. Bennett in the earlier game, about her vast improvement. Same can be said for Nate Cohen. For Frederick Douglass, 9 points per night. He did not play hardly last year.
Well, he stepped into the role, and I've seen him play, and I'm talking about he's made his presence felt. He's a shot blocker, he's a finisher, and he's a great rebounder.
Somehow Sayre able to come out with it. And back to the organizer, if you will, zero Will Johnson. Bo Perry will funnel it over to number 1, John Gaines.
Looking at Bo Perry, I would try to post up some too on Surratt. Maybe get him in the post.
There's Caden Jones trying to squirm his way close to the basket, and he travels. So wipe that one off the board. Rob Goodman, not at all a fond thought on that call.
I think he's gone back to that zone, trying to slow them down a little bit.
Mr. Dakari Talbert finding Surratt at the soft spot. There's the lob, and Cohen completes.
They're probably one of the best teams I've seen in a long time to get to that rim and play above it.
Nate Cohen with a couple of jams, spoon-fed that time by DeMarcus Surratt. Johnson navigating, floats it short, and how about that rebound by 3, DeMarcus Surratt. Nate Robinson finds Terry Kaysen for a corner 3. And Will Johnson in for the Sayre rebound.
The one thing I can say about Douglas, they do share the ball. Remember Coach Garvin said that they don't run a lot for Surratt because he knows how to get his points. He knows how to play without the ball. So that was a great compliment to that young man.
Caden Jones finds John Gaines, and I think the length really bothersome to Gaines. Squirms in the lane, stolen away by Dakari Talbert. A trailing 3, Tate Robinson, book it.
You go back to Talbot, great decision. I thought he might try to go for Surratt for the big play, but he went over for the 3 for Robinson. Great decision making by Talbot right now.
Robinson connected on 3 threes tonight. That's 75 on the campaign. There's A.J. Corrigan in danger zone perhaps for Sayre. Jones off the mark.
Fight.
Great rebound by the sophomore Corrigan, and he'll strut to the free throw line.
I would like to see some of Sayre's bigs when they get the ball in the paint turn and face up and attack. Try to put some pressure on the paint area of Douglas.
Corrigan 2 for 2 from the foul line. Back for another pair. That's Sayre's first point of the second quarter, so it took them nearly 3 minutes to get on the board, and they can ill afford too many of those droughts tonight.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Right now is the time to make the move. You still got enough time, but you got to start concentrating on the defensive end. Put a string of stops together to change the momentum.
Corrigan long on that, and the rebound found Cash Johnson. He'll deposit it back up top to Kenji Berger. 5 minutes in this second quarter. Sayre possession down a dozen. Kenji Berger, strong drive. No, that's Caden Johnson, and his shot is off. Outlet, Dakari Talbert off the window. The follow, no, and Corrigan make that Bo Perry out for Sayre with a rebound.
Yeah, you got to limit those. You got to score it.
There's Kenji Berger, and he'll strut back to the free throw line.
I like his aggression tonight. Hasn't really gotten anything out of it, but at least he's getting to the free throw line. Hopefully it'll make some breaks throughout the game.
Berger, a very physical player with the ball. Initiating contact and the foul on Nate Cohen. Douglas with 3 fouls already in this quarter. And Berger now with 4 points. A.J. Korn will shuttle out for Sayre. As they'll bring back Savion Staley. One more free throw for Kenji. And the loose ball in the corner, gobbled up by Caden Jones.
That's what you need. You need to get some of those. Be patient. Start going to the post. I would go to Berger against Talbot in that post. I would try to exploit that mismatch.
Caden Jones up top for Sayre. 4 minutes plus in the first half.
Give it back to him. Go back to him. A 2-man game.
Berger flings a 3 off the mark, and a lot of white shirts underneath. It's pinballed out of bounds off of Savion Staley. So Douglas possession.
Good possession. Just didn't come up with anything. But I still think they need to post their guards up a little bit. I think Berger can post up Talbot if he's on it.
You get the sense this is an important 4-minute stretch here. Could go either way as Douglas by 11. Trying to open things up late in the first half. There's Dakari Talbert finding Tate Robinson. 4 made threes for Tate Robinson.
Oh, wow. That young man hasn't touched the nets yet.
Robinson reigning in threes. Kenji Berger on the handle.
Need a good motion offense right now. Get some ball movement. Make the ball hot. Move. Don't let it die.
It's sticking a little.
Yes. And that's the one thing about it. If you don't make this defense move of the Broncos, they stay strong and they stay steady.
Wonderful effort by Thurman Wade to dig it out, and Cohen with a turnover. There's DeMarcus Serrato, Thurman Wade. Tate Robinson, little heat check. That's off, and the rebound corralled by Caden Jones of Sayre. Elbow fling. There you go, Caden Jones.
I don't think that was a bad play. They took possession and took off. He got a little transition bucket before the defense got set up for Frederick Douglass.
And a Broncos timeout. Tate Robinson, 4 big threes in this first half. Robinson with 12. Timeout on the floor. We'll step aside. You're watching Central Kentucky High School basketball on Glycon.
You'll still have common days. But this is not one of them. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
You're watching Central Kentucky High School basketball on Glycon.
Broncos lead by 12, 2:30 remaining in this first half. Frederick Douglass trying to earn their 10th consecutive victory and their 3rd this season against Sayre. And more importantly, advance to the regional tournament next week, regardless of outcome on Friday.
Well, if I'm Sayre right now, you just got to take one possession at a time. And, you know, there you go. Come up with a stop.
That's Bo Perry with a deflection.
Now you got to make it a good possession, get a good shot. Again, I'm still thinking they should need to get to the post.
And a good idea that time as Johnson tried to thread the needle. Jones tried to thread the needle rather into Johnson, but it's out to Douglas.
That was a great play. Went back door. I don't think he was ready for it.
There's Dakari Talbert on the handle. Now Talbert in between defenders and a Sayre foul.
You know, the one thing I like about Talbert is he's been the leader every time I've watched him play. He keeps them calm. He shares the ball. He doesn't try to do too much. And when he needs to impose his will, he does.
You've got some wonderful talent not only on the basketball floor now, but some guys that excel at football. Talbert, one of those.
And I think, that helps their physicalness and their defense, so I think it plays into, once they got in shape, they became a different team.
Nice touch there by Dakari. And he will check out in place of fellow gridiron star Terry Kaysen, who enters the game for the 2nd time.
The one thing about those football players that are playing, it keeps their bodies look so good, they're strong. So that's why I encourage kids to play both sports.
1:30 remaining first half. Broncos have led throughout. There's a 3, Bo Perry, badly needed for the Spartans.
Great shot, timely.
29-18, the Spartans have made 4 threes in this opening half.
And they've done a good job to stay close. They're staying steady. They just got to put a string of stops together to try to crack that lead a little bit.
There's Thurman Wade in the soft spot of that zone, and Cohen follows.
Wow, big finish, big finish.
Cohen with 6 points on 3 jams.
You talking about help your field goal percentage.
Now Caden Jones near sideline. Overplay corralled by Terry Kaysen. There's DeMarcus Surratt trailing. And a foul back on Sayre's Bo Perry as we take a look at Mr. Nate Cohen with a great putback jam.
Yes. That's the one thing we talked about as well. You got to keep them off the glass. They're so athletic, and they attack the offensive glass like no other.
DeMarcus Surratt for 2. Over 1,600 career points. Of course, began his career at Lafayette. He has been a fixture of this Douglas program the last 3 years. Tremendously talented player.
I've seen that young man make some outstanding plays throughout his career.
Bennett Grouse check in. He'll handle the ball for Sayre. Bo Perry, corner, off the mark. And good defense by Sayre to come out with it. There's John Gaines, and it's put back on the rejection. And Grau, great effort by the masked man, and a Sayre timeout.
And it looks like he's in there for his energy. That's what you got. You went and got a 50-50 ball, and you may need that. You need somebody to come in and spark this Sayre team, get them going.
Timeout on the floor. We'll step aside. More coverage right after this timeout live on Glycod.
Central Equipment, we're a family, and that's what sets us apart from other ag and outdoor power equipment companies.
It's the amazing options we give our customers
through the quality brands that we represent,
with the parts and service that we offer,
with one main focus of making sure
our customers leave happy.
If you need a new tractor, mower, chainsaw, or have other power equipment needs,
Come to Central Equipment and become part of our family.
So we can show you the Central Equipment difference.
At Man of War Harley-Davidson, we're proud to be Kentucky's only family-owned Harley-Davidson dealership. Here, horsepower meets hospitality, and every rider is treated like family. With a huge selection of Harley-Davidson motorcycles, expert.
And back to live action here in the latter stages of this first half on the inbound. And possession will stay Sayre. 7.9 in the half.
Just got to get you a good look before you go into the half. Run a good set, just get you a good clean look, and if it goes, that'll set you off into a positive note in the end.
Johnson underneath John Gaines, trying to get his first field goal, and that's going to take us to half. In a 33-18 Frederick Douglass lead, and the Broncos getting off to a good start, providing some cushion for them in this half.
Yeah, they came out and they were strong from the beginning. They've been steady. They've attacked the glass. And, one thing about Sayre, they haven't answered the call on the glass. And I think that's where Douglas is really getting out into things. So they're really pounding them on the glass, getting second chance points. And Sayre needs to make that adjustment at half.
A look at the first half stats, highlights, and more. It's Douglas 33, Sayre 18 at the half. And you're watching the 42nd District Semifinal on Glycod.
My favorite thing about being a student at U of L is just the sense of community that I have on campus or off campus. Sports has positively influenced my life by taking me out of just slumps that I have in dark places. Anytime I'm feeling down or maybe alone, I always have basketball to go to. I can go to the gym at any time of the day and just my mind clears up. My name is Javon Headley, and I'm better without it.
New recruit, take advantage of our apprenticeship program. Come out of our 4-year course debt-free. With health insurance, a guaranteed pension, a degree, and an electrical license.
3 words I'd use to describe the apprenticeship are opportunity, skillful, educational,
solid career path,
rewarding, beneficial, and a brotherhood.
A life-changing opportunity.
The cost of school is free. All your books are paid for.
You go to school once every 2 weeks. All the other stuff is on-the-job training.
The teachers here are great. They're all very, very knowledgeable.
They're preparing you for what you're already seeing in the field.
If you're struggling with something in school, sometimes your fellow students can help you work through that.
Everyone's willing to help each other. It's like a big family.
I love being a part of a union, something bigger than myself.
This field is so vast. You can find something that you really love to do because there is so much you can do.
I went from a job to a life-changing career.
Power up your potential with the IBEW.
Take the short drive to satisfaction with the Tim Short Auto Group. Up to 5,000 vehicles to choose from. Shop online or in person.
Hey, I'm Tim Short. I'd just like to invite everybody out to one of our 27 locations, or check us out online at timshortautogroup.com.
Take the short drive to satisfaction and bring home your new vehicle.
Home of excellent service, support, and satisfaction, Lexington Outdoor Power Equipment is your one-stop mower shop. Family owned since 1985, Lexington Outdoor offers top brands like Husqvarna, Toro, Grasshopper, and Echo. Plus, free pickup and delivery. Located just 2 miles west of Douglas High School, they're open weekdays and most Saturday mornings. For more info, stop in or visit their website at lexoutdoorpower.com. Lexington Outdoor Power Equipment, the right equipment for the right job.
At Man of War Harley-Davidson, we're proud to be Kentucky's only family-owned Harley-Davidson dealership. Here, horsepower meets hospitality, and every rider is treated like family. With a huge selection of Harley-Davidson motorcycles, expert service and parts, premium apparel, and endless customization options, we're built to support every mile of your ride. And through community events and group rides, we're more than just a dealership. Man of War Harley-Davidson, where the ride begins.
Tonight's halftime report is brought to you by Man of War Harley-Davidson, your 100% Kentucky-owned and operated Harley-Davidson motorcycle dealership at 2073 Bryant Road in Lexington. Visit manofwarhd.com.
Halftime at Bryan Station. Frederick Douglass leading Sayre 33-18. I'm Chris LaBar along with former George Washington University standout Nimbo Hammonds. Welcome back to the broadcast. First half really controlled by Douglass. Sayre doing some good things, but turnovers and offensive rebounds been very important.
Yes, and and then if I'm Sayre, you got to press the issue. You got to stop playing so cautious and really get after it. Douglass came out and their game plan, they're working their game plan. They're trying to be active and they're trying to be aggressive on the defensive end so they can get out in transition.
First half numbers presented by Bluegrass Community Technical College. College for your world. There you see the numbers, field goal shooting a little bit higher for Douglass. But they started this game on a flurry of dunks, an impressive sight to see.
Yes, and that shows their aggression level and their athleticism. They play above the rim, and, there's no telling who they can throw it to anybody on the floor.
So 8 of 9 from the foul line for Douglass. Sayre leaving some points on the board, 5 out of 10. What can they do, the Spartans, to kind of squirm their way back in this game?
Well, I think you got to start with ball movement. Once that ball sticks in your hand, then that lets the defense get settled in. Sayre just has to run their offense and keep turning it over until they can find a crack in the defense and then take advantage of it.
Caden Jones, Savion Staley each with 5 points for Douglass. Tate Robinson with 12. DeMarcus Surratt with 11. Nate Cohen, 3 dunks for 6 points as the Broncos with a lead at half, 33-18. And we saw the Douglass girls with pretty much the same formula in there when getting off to that hot start, and a lot of turnovers really key.
Well, that's one thing I will say about Douglass's program throughout their whole school. Everybody's expected to give their all the time, and this shows in every sport that they have. So, and I don't think there's any difference from the girls to the boys. Everybody does the same thing. They know what is expected of them when they step on the field, the court, or wherever.
What's the plan for Murray Garvin's group in this half?
I think you got to pick up the intensity even more. I think you can't let Sayre hang around. You still got to impose your will defensively and crash the boards. And if you can just get out in transition a little bit more, maybe you can break Sayre.
We'll step aside. Second half coming up next. Frederick Douglass on top of Sayre, 33-18. And we'll have the second half after this timeout on Glycon.
Man of War Harley-Davidson, we're proud to be Kentucky's only family-owned Harley-Davidson dealership. Here, horsepower meets hospitality, and every rider is treated like family. With a huge selection of Harley-Davidson motorcycles, expert service and parts, premium apparel, and endless customization options, we're built to support every mile of your ride. And through community events and group rides, we're more than just a dealership. Man of War Harley-Davidson, where the ride begins.
Drive with the confidence and security of a pre-owned Kia from Cartown Kia. This incredible certification package is loaded with a 5-year, 60,000-mile bumper-to-bumper warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty, 10 years of national roadside assistance, and 2 years of free maintenance. Choose from over 70 certified pre-owned Kias or over 1,000 vehicles of all makes and models. It's new car driving at used cars prices with certified pre-owned Kias from CartownKiaUSA.com.
No one college can be all things to all people. But Bluegrass Community and Technical College is as close as it gets. We're affordable, like you've got a great chance to graduate with little to no debt affordable. Flexible, with in-person, online, and hybrid programs. And you can easily transfer your credits to continue on to a 4-year university. So while we can't be everything to everyone, we can be a lot of things to you. Learn more at bluegrass.kctcs.edu.
For any of your window, door, and siding needs, contact the team at Elite Building Products. Their factory-certified, licensed, and insured contractors have been installing energy-efficient windows and doors for over 30 years. They also offer energy tax credits and military veteran discounts. Locally owned and open weekdays at 242 Wilson Drive, just off of the 27 bypass. For a free estimate, call 859-887-2440. Elite Building Products.
Take the short drive to satisfaction with the Tim Short Auto Group. Up to 5,000 vehicles to choose from. Shop online or in person.
Hey, I'm Tim Short. I'd just like to invite everybody out to one of our 27 locations, or check us out online at timshortautogroup.com.
Take the short drive to satisfaction and bring home your new vehicle.
You'll still have common days, but this is not one of them. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
This segment of tonight's game is brought to you by the Kentucky Army National Guard. Serve your country while going to school or work full-time. Find your fit at nationalguard.com.
And a huge thank you to Kentucky Army National Guard and all of our great corporate partners for their support of our free-to-watch high school athletics platform on Glycon. So the Broncos by 15 to start this second half. The winner will take on the winner of tomorrow night's semifinal between Henry Clay and Bryan Station. The two winners of those will play Friday at 8 p.m. And, of course, winner and runner-up advance to the 11th region tournament at EKU next week.
It's going to be an interesting week, especially as it starts winding down.
So Bronco basketball as they lead by 15. This is the largest lead for them in this game. And DeMarcus Surratt will steer it up top as Frederick Douglass tries to do something. Looks like a little bit of a different defense now.
Well, here's the thing, too. You got to start out who has the best first 3 minute start usually ends up having a good rest of the game.
So Sayre out with possession. Caden Jones, 5 first-half points, will bring it across.
Look down in the post.
There's a Savion Staley that's well off the mark on that three.
You know, that's the one thing that, I learned over the years. You got to go inside first. You got to start making that defense collapse to be able to kick out.
Now Dakari Talbert around a Nate Cohen screen. The end result is 2. Dakari Talbert now for his first field goal. In danger zone for the Spartans.
You know, the one thing about Douglas, they're just chipping away. They just stand steady.
Caden Jones on the bounce, has a stride baseline, and Cohen from the soft side with a block. And how about Caden Jones coming back to tie up Nate Cohen, and it will be Sayre basketball.
That's the thing you have to do. You have to fight. You turned around and had a turnover. You had to fight back and get that ball. All the little things right now. 50-50 balls, blocking out on rebounds, making free throws.
Jones rifles it in. There's John Gaines. It would help Sayre if they could get John Gaines going. He's a double-figure scorer. He's been held in check, only 1 point thus far in the game.
Well, him and Berger.
Blocked by Tate Robinson, who's having a fantastic night. Mr. Dakari Talbert finds Cohen, floats it up and off, got his own rebound and carves it in.
See, those are what kills your momentum right there, those second chance points.
There's Kenji Berger and Surratt, the rejector. And it's all Douglas here in this third quarter. And Cohen could not complete it underneath. Caden Jones up and in.
I've been so impressed with that young man. The last 2 games, I've seen him fight harder than I have all season.
He's had a fantastic couple of nights. Nimbo, 8 points now for the senior guard for Sayre. And a foul underneath. Foul on Kenji Berger.
Maybe a little 2-man game with the bigs might help Sayre a little bit to get some post looks.
There's Thurman Wade in the corner. Now Wade exploding to the basket. And a Sayre foul.
They drive so hard.
But Thurman Wade, a double-figure score. At least just under a double-figure score on the season. He's been quiet this far tonight.
Well, they're doing it collectively. You know, that's the one thing about what's going on with Douglas. It's collectively done as the group. So it's like pick your poison now.
A lot of ways that this Broncos team can beat you. Robinson baseline. Finds Wade. Thurman attacks. And another Sayre foul.
Yeah, it looked like he tripped over somebody's foot.
Third team foul for Sayre, the first 2.5 minutes of this third quarter. And 2 free throws for Thurman Wade.
Well, if you think about it, the pace hasn't been too bad for Sayre. They just got to execute. You know, we talked about earlier about those guys, Berger and Gaines being effective as shooters right now, but they got to get some points out of those guys.
First point tonight for Thurman. Transfer from Woodford County High School. Nice win on Friday versus his former team versus the Jackets. Winning that game 58-52, and Broncos appear poised to win their 10th in succession.
Move the ball, make the defense move. See, right now you just got to trust. You got to trust your offense, trust the process.
Entry to A.J. Corrigan. Thought a couple of times before he hoisted over Nate Cohen, and the Broncos out with it. Here's Thurman Wade. Attacking finds Dakari Talbert.
You know, the one thing about it right now, the pace is at Sayre. We said it earlier. The pace was for Sayre. And like you said, they just got to get a string of stops and some buckets.
DeMarcus Serrata, right wing three. That won't go, and A.J. Corrigan snares the Sayre rebound. See what Kenji Berger can do as he'll opt to find Caden Jones. Jones has a seam. And a Douglas foul on the way to the basket.
It's been really kind of hard to drive when you bring your big up to the top. You know, they're closing those lanes off, so you almost got to open that post up a little bit, let your guards get in there.
Possession underneath as number 0, Will Johnson, is checked back in for Sayre, and he'll possess the ball now.
You know, the one thing we can say about Serrata, we always talk about his gifts on offense, but he's really done a great job on Berger tonight. He's really contained him.
Gaines tries to attack, still can't get on the board from the floor, and the rebound out to Tate Robinson. And Nimbo, that was one of your keys. Berger and Gaines had to play well, and thus far, offensively, they've yet to produce much as Nate Cohen knocks in another.
And that makes it tough. If your two main guys are not scoring, you got to find somebody that can step up and fill the void. But where they're going to get it from is the question.
This is a Sayre team only averages 53 points a night. There's 2 for Kenji. So Berger up now to 6 points. And an and one. And Douglas just like that down the floor for 2. And a Sayre foul.
They get the ball up so fast. So, one thing that, one adjustment that I would make is somebody has to stop that ball. They advanced that ball so well.
2 free throws. Check that to 1 for Dakari. So Talbert for 1 more free throw. (41-22) Broncos lead. And a couple of missed opportunities there, and possession out. It's going to stay with the men in white.
Man, we talked about it in the first half. You have to secure the basketball off of free throws. You have to. That's just like a turnover.
As Thurman Wade will inbound, and you get the sense from Rob Goodman at Sayre just trying to find the right combination.
And as a coach, that's what you have to do. You know, you just got to keep trying to plug away till you can get something to work.
Inbound, and DeMarcus Surratt rams it in.
As we say that, they go for the lob.
43-22 Douglas, their longest lead. Kenji Berger trying to respond. A two-man game between Berger and Jones.
Got to get something. Pick and roll. Get some movement. Try to get downhill if you can.
There's Caden Jones trying to squirm past DeMarcus Surratt. 3 against 3, and a Douglas foul per official Raymond Lightfoot.
You know, the one thing I do like about Douglas and their defense, you know, it's kind of how I coach the same way. You know, everybody has to switch everything, and then that keeps everybody on their toes.
Caden Jones for 2. Football star as well for this Sayre team. Two-way football player, 12 touchdowns combined last year for number 3, and did not get the roll that time.
Right now, it's a good time. Make the free throw, set your defense. Try to get you a stop.
And that one's short as well. Sayre misfiring a couple of times, and for the second time, Caden Jones with a steal finds Berger, and Berger could not get that, but there's the follow.
You know, you got to stay in it. They got a chance to set their defense.
Caden Jones with great on-ball pressure. Jimmy Dick flings a 3. Yes!
Wow.
And a Frederick Douglass timeout. 46-24, the Broncos lead on Glycod. We'll be right back to Bryan Station High School in just a moment.
Can one college be all things to all people? Bluegrass Community and Technical College can. Learn more at bluegrass.kctcs.edu.
You're watching Central Kentucky High School basketball on Glycod.
(46-24), Frederick Douglass on top as they lead Sayre. Just over 2 minutes left in this third quarter. At last check, we've had 6 dunks at least tonight for Frederick Douglass.
Well, you got to see the athleticism. And, you know, when you let them get off to the races, you know, you can expect anything from anybody. You know, they're one of the quickest teams in the state, and they show you why.
And for Sayre, just trying to muster some consistency on offense.
Well, again, I don't think they've even, you know, really tried to use the post presence. You know, they went to it a couple of times early, but they've gone away from it. They haven't gotten there. They haven't had the chance to get there off the drive. So sometimes you got to run your offense to get it there.
As Sayre will traverse the length of the floor. They were trying to enter the 11th region tournament for the first time since 2017. Been the victim of playing in just a brutal district over the course of time. Strong drive by Will Johnson, and he'll float it up long.
You know, that's the one thing I like about Coach Goodman. You know, he challenges his kids every day, and no matter who he has on his roster, he's going to come and make sure they play hard every night.
As DeMarcus Surratt will handle. There's Surratt all the way for 2 more.
No resistance. Getting to the basket too easy.
Kenji Berger off the mark with that 3. Kaysen snares the rebound, and Robinson finds the trailer. Surratt!
He's one of the quickest young men I've seen to get out on the break in a long time.
And the presence of mind by Tate Robinson to know that Surratt was going to fill the lane. Cash Johnson on the handle, going to deflect out of bounds. Cade Robinson has had a splendid floor game tonight. He's not just a three-point maker this evening.
Well, you know, they got a lot of interchangeable guys. You know, they can play on the perimeter, they can play in the post, they all can handle it. You know, going down the stretch, that's going to be a key advantage for them.
There's Will Johnson for Sayre, shadowed by Terry Kaysen. And Murray Garvin has this tight 8 to 9 player rotation and really doesn't have a big disparity when the bench comes in the ball game.
No, you know, because you play defense first. You know, that's one thing that I always believed in when I coached. You know, everybody can play defense, so when you get on the floor, you do your part.
There's Will Johnson trying to find Corrigan underneath Kaysen in the open floor. There's Dick, right wing. Terry Kaysen eyeballing a floater for two more.
Strong move to the basket.
52-24 as the Broncos have blown this one open.
You know, it would be interesting at the end of the game to see how many assists they have as a team.
And fittingly, that DeMarcus Surratt swats the three-point try as Douglas in full control. They lead Sayre, and they're on their way to the 11th region. 52-24 on Glycon.
No one college can be all things to all people, but Bluegrass Community and Technical College is as close as it gets. We're affordable, like you've got a great chance to graduate with little to no debt. Affordable, flexible, with in-person, online, and hybrid programs. And you can easily transfer your credits to continue on to a 4-year university. So while we can't be everything to everyone, we can be a lot of things to you. Learn more at bluegrass.kctcs.edu.
Stuck on the road? Call Martin's Peterbilt Mobile Service. Our 24/7 commercial roadside service, truck and trailer repair, and warranty service will have you back on the road in no time. Call us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Martin's Peterbilt, keeping you rolling.
Can one college be all things to all people? Bluegrass Community and Technical College can. Learn more at bluegrass.kctcs.edu.
You're watching Central Kentucky High School Basketball on Glycod.
Douglas Broncos 8 minutes away from a date on Friday at 8 p.m. versus either Henry Clay or Bryan Station.
You know, they're setting the stage right now. You know, they look good. They look paced. They playing with some pace. They playing with some poise.
As Toby Robinson will inbound. And Terry Kaysen on the handle.
Look like they're going to try to get some other guys some experience.
Yeah, deflected out. Daniel Piana is on the floor. Also, number 22, Kyron Robertson, 6'3" sophomore.
These are the times you can, you know, the guys on the bench, you learn a lot about those guys. You know, during these minutes, see if you can come out with the same intensity and, you know, and really take advantage of the moments that you get.
Terry Kaysen could not get that to go in, and it's out of bounds. Possession, Sayre.
If I'm Sayre right now, just take it one possession at a time. Though, like I said in the last game, don't watch the clock, just play.
Bo Perry angling in with the left, and help side rebound, Toby Robinson for Frederick Douglass. There's Robinson, floats it up under congestion, and it's out off the baseline back to the Spartans.
You know, this is some valuable time to see if you guys have been paying attention in practice for Frederick Douglass. See if they can run the offense, see if they can make some things happen. You know, now you're checking for guys that you may be able to call on late in the district or possibly the region.
Broncos 7-1 in the district coming in. The lone loss to Henry Clay. And the rebound put back by Corrigan as he is fouled.
You know, that's the one thing that I've seen out of Douglas. They challenge you on the rebounds too. You know, everything is contested. You know, you think you got a free rebound, and here they come trying to pull the ball out of your hand. They're grabbing, they're pulling, and they're tugging.
A.J. Corrigan knocks in the first. Really like his game, Nimbo, as a young player.
You know, you got something to look forward to. You know, I know coach is also still taking some mental notes of what he got to work on in the off season, and you got some young guys that you can work with.
Nice touch by A.J. He's made 4 free throws tonight. 6'2" sophomore. And Broncos trying to salt this one away. Piana carves room underneath, would not go in, and there's a foul. Savion Staley called for the Sayre foul.
Here's the tough part when you, like you Sayre, you got to find the energy just to finish the game so you can feel good about yourself that you gave your all.
Now Piana on the bounce. Nice rebound, Bo Perry for Sayre. And Kenji Berger weaves his way in.
He can't get it to connect. He's worked hard tonight, but he just can't get anything to fall, really.
Now Terry Kaysen for 2. Credit the assist to Toby Robinson.
I think he's going to be vital for them down the stretch. Kaysen, that is. If he can come in and put in strong games and defend and really score it as well, that gives them another big threat.
Bo Perry will knock in his second 3 of the night.
I wish they would have done a lot of two-man game between the bigs, Bo Perry and Staley. I think they could have got some stuff out of that, got some good, positive momentum out of that.
Daniel Piana arcs it up and in. 56-29, it's been all Broncos. If you're looking ahead to what Friday night might look like for them, Frederick Douglass is 2-0 versus Bryan Station this year. Both wins by an average of 6 points. And, of course, they split with Henry Clay.
Neither one of them are going to be an easy out for, so you got to come to be prepared no matter who you play. Again, everybody's had great seasons, but now it's do or die, and you got to leave it all on the floor.
Now a Sayre foul. Spartan season will end at 12-20. And Frederick Douglass, they'll be 20-6 as soon as this one wraps up.
Both Douglas coaches come out with 20-win seasons. That's big for the programs over there.
Toby Robinson floats that one a little bit short. And since the snow, the Broncos unblemished. That might be a turning point in their season.
Got some rest.
I think a lot of us did. Got a foul on the floor. Is it travel?
You got a chance to heal up. And, for some people, they didn't want to, some people took it both ways. Some wanted to practice, some got to rest. Looked like it helped the Broncos rest.
Here's Kaysen. Robinson rolls. Piana shuffles. We'll have our Cartown Kia postgame report coming up at the conclusion. Also, hope to get some comments from Douglas boys head coach Murray Garvin. We'll take a look at tomorrow night's action as well. Berger off.
Yeah, he's trying.
And Robinson, he is trying. Foul on Frederick Douglass.
I commend the young man, especially, being a senior and you trying to just finish your last game.
It's Caden Jones will inbound, but I think you've been spot on, Douglas, with a lot of length, rotating players on Berger, and it's worn him down some.
Yeah, he just couldn't get a clean look all night. Now, I ain't going to say he hasn't tried. He's really played hard. He's tried his best. But all those different looks can wear you down.
Caden Jones will inbound. And off of Berger. That ball, I believe, is almost a backcourt violation. In the corner, that's A.J. Rose, number 25, that's on for the first time, and a Sayre foul. Foul on Bennett Grau.
Get a chance to see some of the young players for Douglas, the future. They get some valuable memories, as you said, as we talked about. You get some valuable memories right now.
Great play by Kenji Berger for the steal, and a foul on Frederick Douglass.
Still fighting.
So Berger for two.
If I'm Coach Garvin right now, with the young guys out there, I still would try to make them run some offense. You never know when you have to use one of these young guys. Still try to make them run their stuff, make them play defense, make them get after it. Keep the same energy. If you go to the bench, you want your bench to uplift you. You don't want to take it back.
Berger off the mark there. He was 1 of 4 from the foul line in the first half. We don't have an update since. And he'll knock that one down. Broncos have never trailed. They led 19-11 after one and 33-18 at half. Some of these young Broncos, Nimbo, they passed the look test.
No, I think they got a good program. One thing that they've done is they stay in that weight room. Every time you look up, their bodies are growing.
Sayre's got a new face on the floor as well. That's Isaac Hughes, number 5, that checked in. Yeah. And a foul underneath.
If I'm Coach Goodman, man, I may go throw in some of those guys that may be coming back for next year to give them a look, give them a little feel of it.
Got Savion Staley, a senior out there. Also for Sayre, Kenji Berger, a senior. Bennett Grau's a senior, so Coach Goodman allowing the final eligibility guys to get some time. And Caden Jones carves one in. He's had a good night.
Yes, he's had a good tournament so far. That's one thing I've been really impressed. Like I said, I watched him play earlier, and I wasn't that impressed with him, but he's really revived himself.
A.J. Rhodes knocking in a 3, and Berger back at the other end draws a foul. So A.J. Rhodes in the scoring column. He'll tell this to his grandkids one day.
Oh, yes. You remember these days, whether you win or lose, these are part of your journey.
Kids, I made that from half court. And Kenji will have one more. Savion Staley checking out for the final time for Sayre. Also, Caden Jones will shuttle out.
I got to give credit to Sayre. They came and played well last night. They just ran into a tough Bronco team today.
So much respect between both these programs. Coach Garvin, Coach Goodman. As A.J. Rhodes inside the arc. Little mini heat check for the 9th grader. A.J.'s got 5 in a row. And out in the open floor for 2 more. That's Kyron Roberson that puts it in and draws a foul.
Yeah, Douglas's future looks great. I've watched that young man play a little bit in middle school, and he's only gotten better.
So Kyron Robertson in for the layup plus a foul. And Kenji Berger check out for the final time. as will Bennett Grau. And Robertson hoist up the free throw short. So for Douglas, you've got 2 full days off, really about 72 hours rest. What's it like for them the rest of the week before Friday?
I've seen it go both ways. I've seen some of it use to rest well, and they rest well and come back and they look great. And I've seen sometimes that time off make it look kind of crazy coming out. So either way, I think you got to go and you got to prepare for whatever's coming in front of you.
They'll be well prepared with the coaching staff for Frederick Douglass. 1:30 remaining. Nice overplay and steal. That's Cash Johnson. And he's fouled by A.J. Rhodes.
That was the first time, and I've known Murray a lot of my life. Today when we interviewed him in the halftime of the girls' game, that's the most I've seen him energetic about a game. He came up here and you can just feel it on him today. So whatever they had going on, you can tell they were ready.
Busy day for Murray. He had a speaking engagement this morning. Saw that on social media. As Sayre going to go to their bench after the make. So 63-35 now the score. It's Josh Bowman with the drive.
It's funny seeing some of these guys that are growing up and playing in high school ball, and it was just a few years ago they were in my winter league, my youth league, and then seeing these guys growing up and being on the high school court, it's really amazing, to watch them take their journey.
It goes fast, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. And it was just crazy. I was watching Josh and them, like I say, 5-6 years ago. And now they're on the high school floor.
There's Josh Bowman 0 for 2 on that trick. Sayre's going to bring in a couple of subs. That's a Jake Marita that snatched that rebound. They also have Eli Hammonds is on the floor. And Brogan Thomas as well. So a lot of new faces for both teams. That's a long three from Graham Manus that's off. A lot of the fans beneath us getting an early start to the Traipse home. Inbound, and Marita is fouled. A couple of free throws looming.
The one thing I remember when some of these kids first started, you look at Amari from Bryan Station, him and Caden Jones, they were all at Sayre together at one point in time. So how things change over time.
Well, can you imagine that team?
I think it was 2 or 3 of them. They could have kept those guys together. It could have been something different.
So Marita off the mark on both of those. And the Broncos on their way. Credit to Sayre for the win last night over Scott County. But their season will conclude tonight. The hands of Frederick Douglass. And there is 2 for Kyron Robertson. Robinson back for the rebound. Boy, he looks like a player.
Oh, man, he's going to be a great one. Like I say, all this young talent that Frederick Douglass has, it looks like they just reload.
There's Robertson in the corner, and he'll travel. You've got 33, Josh Bowman, also a sophomore.
And they have a lot of freshmen that came in that are pretty nice-sized freshmen as well. And I think a lot of those guys play football too.
Just 10 seconds remaining. And a foul. Sayre's going to get a couple of free throws with just 6 seconds left on the clock. Gerard Gay, former Tates Creek head coach, on the bench there with Coach Garvin. There you see Coach Goodman looking on as Sayre's missed 3 straight free throws. This from Eli Hammonds.
It's a lot of experience over on the sideline between all those coaches.
Boy, it is. And we'll see 2 more tomorrow night.
And that's going to be a good one, laughing because Champ Ligon used to be my Little League baseball coach. So that's how time flies.
Final score tonight, 65-36. Frederick Douglass over Sayre. More coverage coming up. Our Cartown Kia postgame report is next from Glycon.
Take the short drive to satisfaction with the Tim Short Auto Group. Up to 5,000 vehicles to choose from. Shop online or in person.
Hey, I'm Tim Short. I'd just like to invite everybody out to one of our 27 locations, or check us out online at timshortautogroup.com.
Take the short drive to satisfaction and bring home your new vehicle.
For any of your window, door, and siding needs, contact the team at Elite Building Products. Their factory-certified, licensed, and insured contractors have been installing energy-efficient windows and doors for over 30 years. They also offer energy tax credits and military veteran discounts. Locally owned and open weekdays at 242 Wilson Drive, just off of the 27 bypass. For a free estimate, call 859-887-2440. Elite Building Products.
Can one college be all things to all people? Bluegrass Community and Technical College can. Learn more at bluegrass.kctcs.edu.
Need a tow? Martin's Peterbilt Towing Service is here 24/7. Based in London and Pikeville, we will travel to you. Commercial trucks and trailers, no job too big. Call us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Martin's Peterbilt, keeping you rolling.
Your road to safe, confident driving starts at Apex Driving School. Apex is family-owned and operated, offering teen and adult driving lessons given by state-certified instructors. They also provide a wide range of services, including classroom instruction, freeway interstate driving, and road test prep. Register today. Apex Driving School, where learning to drive feels like family.
At Man O' War Harley-Davidson, we're proud to be Kentucky's only family-owned Harley-Davidson dealership. Here, horsepower meets hospitality, and every rider is treated like family. With a huge selection of Harley-Davidson motorcycles, expert service and parts, premium apparel, and endless customization options, we're built to support every mile of your ride. And through community events and group rides, we're more than just a dealership. Man O' War Harley-Davidson, where the ride begins.
Drive with the confidence and security of a pre-owned Kia from Cartown Kia. This incredible certification package is loaded with a 5-year, 60,000-mile bumper-to-bumper warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty, 10 years of national roadside assistance, and 2 years of free maintenance. Choose from over 70 certified pre-owned Kias or over 1,000 vehicles of all makes and models. It's new car driving at used cars prices with certified pre-owned Kias from CartownKiaUSA.com.
Tonight's post-game recap is brought to you by Cartown Kia, your dealership for unmatched design, performance, and savings at 3120 Lexington Road in Nicholasville. Visit CartownKiaUSA.com.
Final score tonight, Frederick Douglass dispatches Sayre 65-36, Broncos 20-6. They will move on to Friday night's district championship opposite either Henry Clay or Bryan Station. Those two teams will play tomorrow night. Time now for our most outstanding players, presented by Carpenter's Local 1650. You can build your winning career today. Start by visiting carpenters.com. And Caden Jones continued another successive night of good play.
Well, you know, that's your leader, and that's your senior, and you look for that every night. And the one thing he can say when he walks out of this gym, he left everything here tonight.
And for Frederick Douglass, a balanced effort for them, but you can't go wrong with DeMarcus Surratt.
Well, I'm going to tell you a reason why I give it to him tonight. It's because of the defense he played on Berger. You know, he sat down and, yes, he did make some explosive plays and everything, but the defensive side of him is what I was most impressed with.
And for the Broncos, Surratt with 17, but then you had the prolific shooting of Tate Robinson with 12 points. That was a big key in this game.
Well, Tate Robinson, he shot. I don't think he touched the rim or the nets all night. Only thing I would be mad about if I was him is say, hey, give me a few more touches.
10 points for Nate Cohen alongside 7 rebounds. Just a balanced effort tonight for Frederick Douglass. We'll step aside. We'll have a look at your final numbers and also catch up with Murray Garvin. His post-game comments are straight ahead. We'll be back right after this on Glycod.
No one college can be all things to all people, but Bluegrass Community and Technical College is as close as it gets. We're affordable, like you've got a great chance to graduate with little to no debt. Affordable, flexible, with in-person, online, and hybrid programs. And you can easily transfer your credits to continue on to a 4-year university. So while we can't be everything to everyone, we can be a lot of things to you. Learn more at bluegrass.kctcs.edu.
New recruit, take advantage of our apprenticeship program. Come out of our 4-year course debt-free. With health insurance, a guaranteed pension, a degree, and an electrical license.
3 words I'd use to describe the apprenticeship are opportunity, skillful, educational,
solid career path,
rewarding, beneficial, and a brotherhood.
A life-changing opportunity.
The cost of school is free. All your books are paid for.
You go to school once every 2 weeks. All the other stuff is on-the-job training.
The teachers here are great. They're all very, very knowledgeable.
They're preparing you for what you're already seeing in the field.
If you're struggling with something in school, sometimes your fellow students can help you work through that.
Everyone's willing to help each other. It's like a big family.
I love being a part of a union, something bigger than myself.
This field is so vast. You can find something that you really love to do because there is so much you can do with it.
I went from a job to a life-changing career.
Power up your potential with the IBEW.
Take the short drive to satisfaction with the Tim Short Auto Group. Up to 5,000 vehicles to choose from. Shop online or in person.
Hey, I'm Tim Short. I'd just like to invite everybody out to one of our 27 locations, or check us out online at timshortautogroup.com.
Take the short drive to satisfaction and bring home your new vehicle.
Research has shown high school sports to be a great community influence. Join scores of local businesses that have partnered with Glycod in sponsoring live, hometown-oriented sports programming on our video and social media platforms. For more information, email info@glycod.com.
We all want our kids to grow up safe and healthy, so we show them how, and we tell them with honest conversations that let them know what we expect. That's especially important when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. Kids need to know the dangers and how to avoid them. And when it comes to pain medications, opioids, they need to know that they should never be taken without a prescription and never shared with friends or family. It's dangerous and illegal. So talk with your kids, because when you talk, they hear you.
For any of your window, door, and siding needs, contact the team at Elite Building Products. Their factory-certified, licensed, and insured contractors have been installing energy-efficient windows and doors for over 30 years. They also offer energy tax credits and military veteran discounts. Locally owned and open weekdays at 242 Wilson Drive, just off of the 27 bypass. For a free estimate, call 859-887-2440. Elite Building Products.
You're watching Central Kentucky High School Basketball on Glycod.
Take a look at your final numbers tonight, presented by Bluegrass Community Technical College. College for your world. All Douglas, superior field goal shooting. Also, they made more threes and out-rebounded Sayre, and that was certainly a big part of this game.
Oh, they were efficient. No wasted energy, no wasted shots. Everything was clean, and that's what you're looking for, especially this time of the year.
Big win tonight for the Broncos. More basketball coming up tomorrow night on Glycod. Cannot wait to bring it for you guys. District 42 semifinals, a pair of, I think, evenly matched games with Bryant Station, the home team. And you'll look at that boys encounter two of the best coaches, not only in this area, but in the state going head-to-head.
Oh, yeah. You know, that rivalry goes back. Henry Clay was the one who put us out. So that rivalry has been long-living. And, you know, so it's going to be a hard-fought game. And each coach is going to probably try their best to bring out the best game plan ever.
Champ Ligon, Daniel Brown, the nightcap tomorrow night preceding will be Scott County and Bryan Station. Both of those teams coached by alma mater folks. You got Toby Harris that played for Scott County leading the Cardinals. Serena Sandusky did the same for Bryan Station. How do you see tomorrow night shaping up?
Well, here's the thing. Bryan Station being at home, the one thing about that is they got home court advantage, so hopefully the crowd will come out for them. And then, you know, also, too, with Toby them coming back, he understands what championship pedigree is. He comes from championship basketball and what a good program is. So it's going to be a hard-fought game, and then you just got to see how it all plays out.
We'll step aside. Marie Garvin comments straight ahead. You're watching District 42 semifinal action on Glycott, and we'll be right back.
Stuck on the road? Call Martin's Peterbilt Mobile Service. Our 24/7 commercial roadside service, truck and trailer repair, and warranty service will have you back on the road in no time. Call us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Martin's Peterbilt, keeping you rolling.
At Man O' War Harley-Davidson, we're proud to be Kentucky's only family-owned Harley-Davidson dealership. Here, horsepower meets hospitality, and every rider is treated like family. With a huge selection of Harley-Davidson motorcycles, expert service and parts, premium apparel, and endless customization options, we're built to support every mile of your ride. And through community events and group rides, we're more than just a dealership. Man O' War Harley-Davidson, where the ride begins.
No one college can be all things to all people, but Bluegrass Community and Technical College is as close as it gets. We're affordable, like you've got a great chance to graduate with little to no debt. Affordable, flexible, with in-person, online, and hybrid programs. And you can easily transfer your credits to continue on to a 4-year university. So while we can't be everything to everyone, we can be a lot of things to you. Learn more at bluegrass.kctcs.edu.
I think it's important to have a passion because it's important to have something that's bigger than yourself, that you find joy in, that you can work towards every single day. I would say that basketball has positively influenced my life greater than any other thing that I've done because it has allowed me to build so many great relationships, and it's taught me resilience and accountability and discipline and so many things that I use in life every single day. I've witnessed how drugs have negatively impacted people in my community, and I know that by pursuing my passion, I've been able to make positive choices that have helped me grow as a person and an athlete. If you're feeling pressured, I would just encourage you to stay true to yourself and not let others influence you to become something that you're not. It's okay to stand out and make choices that reflect who you really are. My name is Cassidy Rowe, and I'm better without it.
You'll still have common days, but this is not one of them. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
Tonight's game has been brought to you by Kentucky Army National Guard. Uncommon is calling.
Okay.
Welcome back to Frederick Douglass and Sayre as 65-36. Associate head coach Sean Smith is up here. We will get a few comments from him and be right back for those on Glycott.
Can one college be all things to all people? Bluegrass Community and Technical College can. Learn more at bluegrass.kctcs.edu.
At Central Equipment, we're a family.
And that's what sets us apart from other ag and outdoor power equipment companies.
It's the amazing options we give our customers.
Through the quality brands that we represent.
With the parts and service that we offer.
With one main focus of making sure you,
our customers, leave happy.
If you need a new tractor, mower, chainsaw, or have other power equipment needs,
come to Central Equipment and become part of our family.
So we can show you the Central Equipment difference.
You're watching Central Kentucky High School Basketball on Glycod.
Let's check in with Nimbo Hammonds. He's with Sean Smith.
Coach, great win tonight. Care to go over kind of the game plan before the day?
Just stick together, play together. We've been focusing on the defensive end of the floor a lot over the last week. In our 9-game winning streak entering postseason, we were holding teams to 39%. In the 2 regular season matchups with Sayre, they got to 47%. We wanted to hold them under 40. We did that tonight, held them to 2 assists for the game. Meanwhile, we had 14 assists for the game. I thought that was 2 key areas for us tonight.
Yeah, and that's one thing that we talked about up here tonight. We talked about Surratt and the way he played defense on Berger. Can you please explain how important that's going to be going down the stretch, especially for all the guys that play defense like that?
We know what we can do offensively. We know what we can do in transition, but that starts on the defensive end of the floor. When we get stops, it fuels us in transition. We get Tate Robinson, Jimmy Dick, all these shooters out running, DeMarcus Surratt downhill. So we paid great attention to detail in film this week about how important it is and defense matters. So we hung our hat on that. We got some stops early in the game, led to some momentum, and we never looked back.
Well, tell me the message that you're going to have for the guys tonight after the game. You know the bullseye is going to be on your back, for the rest of the week and everything. So what do you tell the guys from here?
We are the opponent. That's what we tell ourselves. We don't know who we're going to play yet, but not in and not out all season. We're the opponent. We take care of ourselves. We'll get some rest here and kind of gear up and then lock in on whoever we play on Friday.
Okay, Coach. Well, thank you. Good luck, and thank you for joining us on Glycod.
Thanks, Coach Smith. Thank you, Nimbo Hammonds. Thanks to all of our great crew. Again, the final score tonight, Frederick Douglass defeats Sayre 65-36 for Nimbo Hammonds. Producer Steve Bird and camera operator John Strange. Good night from Bryan Station High School. We'll see you tomorrow night, 5:30 start time for more great and compelling district semifinal action. I'm Chris LeBar. Good night on Glycod.
From Glycod, this has been Central Kentucky High School Basketball, presented by Bluegrass Community and Technical College. College for your world. Tonight's game was brought to you by Man O' War Harley-Davidson, 100% Kentucky owned and operated. New Vista, we see the good ahead. Tim Short Auto Plaza, take the short drive to satisfaction. Martin's Peterbilt, keeping you rolling. Elite Building Products in Nicholasville, where you'll find top quality products for your home. Cartown Kia, movement that inspires. Carpenter's Local 1650, build your winning career today. And by Suntime Pools and Spas and Apex Driving School.
Visit Glycod.com and follow us on social media for information about upcoming broadcasts and other high school sports content. Thank you for watching this live sports presentation on Glycod.